Because I already.
Check.
Test, 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 test.
Testing. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
people to the Frisco Arts and Culture Council. Total privilege to be able to do that. It's really an interesting and fun group. But if we have 7 members, but this time of year, a lot of members are off doing the summer things. So they send their regrets. But if the 2 of you could introduce yourselves, that would be great. We can start with Todd.
Oh, I'm Todd. I've been on the Arts Council since day one, and it's been pretty awesome. I used to own a business in the arts community, music, but even after not doing that anymore, they still let me stay on because evidently I had some sort of value.
Todd, nobody else would take it.
No, this was the problem.
Awesome. I'm Megan Tustin.
thank you.
I've lived in Frisco for longer than I probably care to admit at this point. No, I'm very proud to live in Frisco. I've been in the county for a little over 20 years and in Frisco since 2007. So I love Frisco. I also love art. I'm a landscape architect professionally, have a lot of background in history of arts, mostly visual arts is where I come from. So the nice thing about our committee is we have people from different aspects of the art kind of coming together to support arts and culture in our community.
Hi, I'm Melissa Sherburne. I think you guys know me. I have been on the Arts Council since the beginning. I've lost track, 4 years, 3 years? I don't know, 3 years. Former council member, former planning commissioner, and kind of helped formulate a plan for the arts in Frisco. So very proud of what we are doing and what the council is doing, and let's keep doing more. So yeah.
Great, thank you. The memo also talks about 4 other members who are not here. So really interesting, people have such interesting backgrounds. We have a hat maker in the group. I have definitely seen Melissa's very beautiful watercolors. Megan is an artist with landscaping. We have somebody who's really incredibly I think visionary around music. We have somebody who doesn't have much of a background, but Damon's really interested in storytelling. I just think we got super lucky with the people that we have on the group. And it's great that Melissa is here because really this started in 2018 with Melissa starting to say like, hey, could you spend $25,000 on the arts? That would be really terrific. And then in December 2019, Elizabeth got into it as well and started coming to Make Frisco meetings. And that's really where it started. Community members who are really passionate about art coming together. I'll pull up I think I'm gonna pull up the timeline. Do I need to turn this thing on, girl?
Arrow key,
I did.
the forward arrow key. Like,
Thanks
or
so
sorry,
much.
to the right.
Things have been working great until I got here, right?
More specific.
With the mouse, like click anywhere on the side.
So that sounds like the same way the trails started with 25,000 we were looking for. So back in 2014 to 18, that's how the trails started being. We asked for 25,000 and we got 75,000. So it's good to hear that's the way the art council started too.
I mean, I think that that's what ends up happening, right?
Yep,
You
starts
have
out small.
community members who are really passionate about something, and they're like, wow, this is, I think, important to the community too. Melissa was the one who brought that up on town council and then found people who are like-minded, who are like, wow, we should really take this further. And then as town council, you decided that in 2022, we should embark on a planning process. Like, hey, great, Make Frisco's doing all these cool things. They're doing Frozen Frisco as part of Eat Ski Be Merry. They're starting to make art around town. They commissioned, a mural for the intersection of 3rd and Main, thank you. I get a little lost between those 2 intersections always, and the Black Lives Matter mural ended up being in 2020 part of that. There were a few other things happening in the world at that time that made art seem like a really good thing to be tackling in 2020. So out of that, council, very visionary, thank you, decided like, let's do an arts and culture plan and let's do a strategic plan for the next 5 years. Approved it in January 2023. And then we're like, you know what, we want to have a Frisco Arts and Culture Council, 7 people who will support this plan and start figuring out how we should do this and how we should implement it. Well, not how we should implement, yeah, how we should implement it, absolutely. So 7 council members appointed, 2 had different life conditions that they were like, you know what, we can't do this anymore. So in September 2023, 2 new members were appointed. And then the last time this Frisco Arts and Culture Council was in front of you was February 2024. So here we are now in August. Let's try this thing. Hey, there we go. Fabulous. And I thought it was important to talk about what the goals were and what the goals were not. This is spelled out in the memo as well, but I think it's important to talk about. This plan, there's a lot of community outreach as part of this plan, and you might have remembered a mural wall that people drew on, and other art outreach events to really start getting everybody to do some form of art, and to start thinking about what art would mean to this particular community. And the people we hired were local community members, 2 teachers, so there was a lot of focus on what does it look like to do and have programs for youth. And what came out of that planning process was, you know what, this community doesn't want art to be an economic driver. They don't want it to draw tourism. If it does that, and it says that in the plan, if it does that, that's terrific and that's great, and we want other people to experience art here. But really what it is about supporting quality of life by supporting artists and local artists and having art and beauty in our community, and that art and culture, so there's a music component, there's a visual art component, dance, food, and then creating community attachment. One of the things that they found really interesting is when they asked people here about culture, they were like, well, I mean, I don't, you know, I don't have enchiladas for my Christmas dinner. And they're like, no, you have a culture here. Let's really start drilling down on that. And what they ended up figuring out is that the culture here was a culture of supporting, being interested in the arts, being interested in local, and buying local, seeing local, experiencing local, and of a real pride, kind of what you've just talked about, a real pride about the connection to this community. So how does the art connect the people in this community? And so that is what we then handed, or you as a town council handed the 7-person Frisco Arts and Culture Council. So this is the first supporting priority, and go for that here. So it was keep on keeping on, basically. So continue, a more formal way to say that is just continue supporting the things that are already working in Frisco. And what the community said is there's some great events, but we'd like some of them to be better. And one of them was 4th of July. It was one of the first things that the Frisco Arts and Culture Council did. I think Todd was a really big part of that. He was like, the parade is a little lackluster. 2020 had a way of doing that as well. Things changed a lot in 2020. We had a parade that was very different during that time, and people, I think, spent a lot more time in their homes and snuggling up to Netflix and not as much time out in public, and weren't as invested anymore in being in the parade. So Frisco Arts and Culture Council said, hey, let's do parade stipends. And it started off slow and it's gotten bigger and bigger. And last year implemented $1,000 stipend for businesses or someone who wanted to be more ambitious with their float, and also still $500 community stipends. And I think it's encouraged people to go a bit bigger again during the parade, which has been really very cool.
All right.
Blair.
Hey everyone, thanks for having me. Like Vanessa said, I'm Blair Miller. I'm over at the Frisco Historic Park and Museum. And yeah, gonna talk more about some art stuff. Another thing with the parade stipends, an additional thing that we added in this year with that was we sponsored the bike decorating for kids who wanted to outfit their bikes and join the parade that way. And then another project that we took on to help continue to support existing projects was with the Wassel Days mug. So starting 2016, actually, this will be the 10th year since it was the first commissioned by an artist mug. So there were different unique mugs from starting in 2013, from 2008 to 2013 was the same one. And then come 2016, one was designed specifically for that year. And since then, it has been a new mug every year. Previously, that was something that was done by the events team. And last year was the first year that the Frisco Arts and Culture Council began to support events team with the decision on the artist selection and the artist design. That was something that they really expressed their gratitude for that, and having a group of people that are very well versed in this field and kind of know the art side of it to help guide through that project or process of that project. So last year was the first one. This year we are continuing that again. We have Haley Flieger is going to be the artist for this one. And we actually picked 3 years out artists last year. So we have the next 3 years selected for Wassel mugs.
So one of the things that we really focused on during the arts and culture planning process, the strategic plan, was what is missing in the community, what's not already happening, because we have two really successful, at this point, creative districts. Silverthorne's now a creative district, and Breckenridge is as well. What are they doing? And we don't want to replicate that. And one of the things we discovered is that the focus on music, yes, it's not just concerts, but how do you encourage musicians, whether adults or youth, to get involved in different aspects of musical performance. So the Frisco Arts and Culture Council actually has offered 14 beginning and intermediate workshops for youth and adults. So as young as middle schoolers, we kept them separate because people are at different points in their learning. And then, you know what, we really, since then, have felt that we wanted to pursue a songwriting workshop. I would say that it's pretty challenging to get people to commit who, the same people at the same, or different people at the same time who write lyrics and also write music. So it's something we continue to pursue. And then, as I mentioned, Damon has a real passion for beginning a podcast with Frisco characters. So that's something that we're gonna keep looking at as part of the fulfilling and implementing the Frisco Arts and Culture Plan. This is another one that was, we got really super lucky around being able to offer this workshop in support of a priority which continues to be a bit of a conundrum, and something that we talk about is having a permanent art lab to host local art workshops. And it's a conundrum because finding a space and then also staffing it, which we'll talk about a little bit later, it requires significant resources. And really the way to work your way into this and what the plan talks about is finding artists who are willing to do workshops, and you provide marketing and registration support. And that's exactly what we did with this particular artist. Melissa, as I said in the staff memo, brought this artist to us, and they were incredibly interesting to work with and easy to work with and had a following already, easy to sell out. Finding them is a little bit unicorn-like, so we're gonna continue to work on that. Again, we'll talk about some of those challenges a little bit later.
And then leaning towards the community side of the culture side and community folks of the Frisco Arts and Culture Council is our movie night event. So starting in 2024 was the first year that we hosted a movie night event, and this year was the first year that we put the movie choice out to a public vote. If any of you voted, and if you've tuned in online, you'll notice that Sandlot will be what's airing later this month. And this event kind of grew from just the screening of a movie to just being a group get together. So we have a DJ playing some music there. Island Grill selling drinks, different food trucks are coming in and out, and also we have craft, this year van instead of tent, set up with Frosted Flamingo, so it's a little bit of just a community party focused on the arts before the movie even starts. So yeah, we have the Sandlot airing for this year's one, and that was out of 4 movie choices, we got about 180 votes. So definitely some good feedback, and we chose to do that off hearing other people in the community who said that it would be interesting to see it go towards a vote rather than just a selection.
Jaws is too long,
So was the Goonies.
so, but we've considered it. Absolutely. And one of the other things that are, as a part of this is an alfresco community dinner, and you'll see, I've seen it in the staff report. That's something that the group has taken up again and started talking about. It's an interesting idea. I think that there have been some hurdles, so the way that the Frisco Arts and Culture Council was like, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. Let's try a movie night with some food, with a DJ, get the community together and do it at a time when it's not focused on visitors. Right before kids are going back to school, it's not, there's a reason why it's not on Labor Day weekend. There's a reason why it's between basically people going back to school and, a holiday weekend. It's really to focus on the local community, and you end up seeing, I mean, again, it's wonderful when visitors do stumble upon an event like this, and we definitely see that happening, but we see a lot of locals at this event. So. All right, Blair, this is you.
Awesome, and then yeah, some murals. So that was one thing that I was very excited to get involved with when I came on with the Arts and Culture Council was the visual arts side before I switched over to the museum world. Came from a background of visual arts, so it's been really great working with a wide variety of artists on these. The photograph that you see there is one of the Rec Path murals. If you've been out riding your bike around town, you'll notice those scattered throughout. These started in 2024. There was 8, I believe, 8 or 10.
There are 9 now,
9
total
now,
7 and 2 more last year.
Okay, so 7 of them were put up in 2024 with a call to local artists, and 2 more were put up last year. And these were initially put in with a life expectancy of 2 years. We are on 2 years of most of them, and they are still sticking around very well. So that was definitely a fun one to bring art into unexpected places throughout the town.
It started in little parking spots between parklets.
Yes.
Yeah, the reason why I've not talked about that is because that was from 2023. But
And we
I
do have a
love
photo
that.
of that in
We
here.
do have a photo of it a little bit later. It was the parklet awkward spots. So the spaces between parklets that people were like, I can't park a bike there, I certainly can't even fit a mini car there, like, let's put some art there. So the next one was at the tunnel mural, and the call for artists for this one was a little bit wild. It was put out into the world, and Governor Polis picked it up and reposted it on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and we found ourselves with 131 submissions. It was a wild selection process, and the Frisco Arts and Culture Council did an amazing job of narrowing it down, and ended up also finding some artists for that, which you'll see a little bit later. They were like, oh, we really like these designs, these are artists we're gonna revisit later, and they did. Again, statewide attention. The one thing that's been challenging with this particular mural is we have had peeling paint in the middle of that tunnel, and we have been working on figuring out why it is and getting someone to repair it. And it is definitely a challenge. Thankfully, the outside is holding up very well, and the inside still needs attention, and we are aware of it, and it is truly, it's a challenge.
Is that a water intrusion problem?
We don't think it is, actually. We actually think it's a metal treatment problem. CDOT went out and looked at it, which was very kind of them. And then also we've had somebody who specializes in painting chairlifts actually prepared that surface. He has gone out and looked at it a few times and been like, yeah, we think it's just that particular portion of metal and maybe that particular pigment that did not stick very well. But it's not an option the artist is not at this point involved in repairing it, just does not have the resources to do it. So we're doing that at this point.
And then the mural that we're looking at up there was done by Hillary Williams and Susan Matson of Revel Painting. And this was a project that kind of came about organically. It was identified as a way to bring art to the already existing architecture of that building. And it also was an art group that had applied for that tunnel mural. So that's the fun part about this is with expanding canvas around town. And when somebody applies for one of the projects and their submission may be great, but it may not be right for that space. This is a good example of that where it seemed to fit better at the playground whimsical feeling of Walter Byron mixed in with the wetland landscape there. The building wraps around showing the life cycle of a tiger salamander. So while it may look like an ocelotl on one side, that's actually a juvenile salamander who looks like that, which is something that I learned talking to these artists. So that was one that was completed last summer.
And you can find these here up near Wheeler Lakes.
Yes, you
Yeah,
can.
you've seen them too. They're kind of creepy looking.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so they made sure that it was a local fauna that they were going to highlight throughout this one. One of my favorites, since it's the life cycle of the animal, when you get to the juvenile, or the teenage years, it's playing a banjo, which I guess is what they do during those years.
Not creepy at all.
Yeah, right. So this was another one of the architectural murals that we did. So it wasn't just the flat ones that were going on the bike path, but also some standing ones.
But we'll take a tour with Blair
Yeah.
of some of those as well.
So this one is above the PRA. This was done last summer by Chandler Condon, who also is applying for more things going on throughout the town. Several of the artists who have done the Rec Path murals just really enjoyed working with the Frisco Arts and Culture Council, and they keep applying for more and more of our call for artists. This one was done by John Droplitz. This is down low by the Nordic Center. I see Tom has the sticker on his water bottle over there. So if you like any of these, there are stickers of them at the visitor center while supplies last. Part of that is a scavenger hunt where people can go around town and they can find these murals. And if they can come back and show the visitor center staff like a photograph that they had gone out and they had completed their mural scavenger hunt, they get to select which sticker they want to take home of their favorite mural. And this one is no longer there. This one was paved over.
Across from Frisco L.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But we figure why memorialize it. It was really pretty
Yeah.
cool. Yeah. And that's the temporary nature of
Yep.
hopefully you got to catch that one. I hung out there for a little while taking down the tent and the homeowner came out. She was working on her flowers and she was really stoked to have a mural right beside her house, which was really cool.
I just sound like
This one is over at Walter Byron as well. So it's a good example of when we do one of these, a lot of the times, especially out of the peninsula as well, it's not just one isolated art installation. They all kind of play off of each other, which gives a really cool area that you can curate things to be similar, but also to surprise people by not having them all done by the same artist, different styles, different artists in the same space. Keeps it a little fresh.
And then continuing to move on with supporting visual arts and also supporting youth in the arts.
So here we have a local artist up there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I want to make it really clear, I did not do that on purpose. I walked out of my office because the pictures I had were a little bit overly cloudy and flat, and I was like, this is going to not look good. I don't think I need to
I might just take
ingratiate
a picture for
myself to
this.
that level. Yeah.
Yeah, so this was a really fun project that the Frisco Arts and Culture Council put on this year. So it is the Sesquicentennial here in Colorado,
Say
which
that
we
again.
all know what that means. That is the combined celebration of the 250th anniversary of the United States declaring independence and Colorado's 150th anniversary of statehood. So it's a really big year, not only for the country, but specifically for us in Colorado as we celebrate both of these milestones. What we wanted to do with the Frisco Arts and Culture Council was really look at the culture side and how history builds your culture and brings us to present. So what we did was we identified that there were 30 available light post banners, and we sent out a call in which I worked with elementary, Frisco L, Summit Middle School, and Summit High School teachers, and a lot of these teachers actually worked into their curriculum, which was great. But we basically said, we want to know what 150 years of Colorado or 250 years of the United States means to your students. We did not give much more guidance other than we're looking to see what does this celebration mean in terms of culture to you and what you're learning about and what you feel. And out of that, we had a great variety of things coming from natural flora, natural fauna. We had history, we had even future. I have never seen one work of art that combined Albert Einstein, George Washington, and Shaun White together.
He's our favorite. Should've got a picture of that.
Yeah.
That's, you can get it over by,
Yeah, you're just gonna have to
Yeah,
scavenge
yeah.
around that.
So yeah, so 30 of them went up, and they were up for the 4th of July celebrations, which marked the 250th anniversary. And then on August 1st was the day that Colorado was granted statehood. They were still up throughout that. So we wanted to make sure that we were giving all the students around here a chance for them to be involved in the art and be involved in their community, and not only have a chance to create the art for it, but be able to show it and have a gallery up and down Main Street. I have an email pulled up that we had sent to us, and I was just gonna read that really quick to you all. It said, on another note, my daughter's artwork was selected to be displayed on Main Street. She is so proud to have her banner displayed, and we love that we know a number of the kids that were selected. And she was thrilled to get a $50 check in the mail. Frisco didn't have to pay the kids to put up their artwork, since it was probably reward enough to see their work on display. But I love that the town took the extra step of investing in these young artists. It means a lot. So we're hearing back from a lot of these parents that they're very, excited, and so are their children, that they were able to really work on some of this and show it to all the thousands of people that have been enjoying Frisco's Main Street throughout the 4th of July celebrations and continued into, they're still up right now. So these are going to be coming down later this month, and then the banners are all gonna get given to the students that created the artwork as well.
Get your garage ready.
Absolutely.
It's already ready. To this, so I thought this was a great event. I mean, my daughter was super excited to be selected, but I think it was more importantly, it's like connecting kids and inspiring them to become artists. And I think that's like the big takeaway is like, oh, I can get my artwork published. I'd love to see this continue, even if it's not the
Yeah.
I think it was, as a parent, I thought it was very valuable.
And just to be clear, like the Frisco Arts and Culture Council worked to come up with this idea and a way to celebrate the 150, 250. So what I brought to them was unimaginative. I just was having a moment, and I was like, let's do the drone show being sponsored by the state of Colorado. And I brought them examples of what it was gonna be, and finally when I could get a video of it and how much it was gonna cost, they were like, nah, we don't wanna do that. Which I think is so amazing. What an incredible group. They're like, we're not doing that. We wanna do something that really impacts our community. And so did this, 30 students chosen, and this is gonna be their first paid piece of art. And the group said, we want to pay them for their art because we want this to be maybe the first time they've ever gotten paid to do art, and maybe this is the path they will follow, which is incredibly cool. And you did not get a drone show, but you sure got something super cool
Yeah.
instead.
It's a massive longer, and there's no chevron hats on it.
Yes. Something that was not in the plan, but we knew was absolutely something that we needed to do was to take care of existing artwork. And this is from the 2001 installation of I'm the Boss, which you might recognize from a roundabout near you, which is going away soon. And so again, one of the incredible things is having an arts council that can say, yeah, we're gonna keep this, we're going to maintain it, and then having a budget from Frisco Town Council to be able to maintain these pieces of art, and they hadn't been maintained well up until 3 years ago. There were some repairs that needed to be made, including to this sculpture. They need to be waxed too. And so right now, this sculpture will also need to be relocated. And so that was a conversation we had with the Frisco Arts and Culture Council and used their expertise to figure out where this is going to go. It is going to go to the Frisco Adventure Park. Worked with that staff too, onto a landscape island, and it will be loved there. The company that we use is helping us to maintain the 7 sculptures that we inherited as part of the town's collection. But they're also helping us with picking out materials that will hold up in the future. It's because you'll see in some upcoming slides, there's some things coming up that's like, wow, what kind of material do you use for that will actually hold up in a snowy environment with huge shifts in temperature. They're helping us with that too. And then they're helping us figure out like how to best move this. It's hollow, heads up. So Blair and I are just gonna carry it on our backs through town. We are hoping that CDOT's gonna help assist with moving it, and then we are working, of course, with Public Works to pour a foundation, and a foundation that's slightly higher. That also came from the company that we've been working with, the consultants, and it's been really helpful to be able to say like, hey, what's up with the tunnel, and why is the paint peeling? What do we do next, and what do we do with an elk with a broken leg? And yeah, it'll be good to move this piece.
I have a question
Sure.
about some of these sculptures. For many years, somebody goes out and dresses them up. Who does? It's awesome.
It's been different people through the years.
It's pretty
So,
good.
Laura Gilbertson at one
I've
point.
dressed them as well. I've dressed him as well at some point. I dressed him as a ghost one year when
Yeah.
Nora and I did. Right now he's a construction worker. And that's actually the CDOT crew that did that. I think he's about to change outfits again, I've been told. So he's about to be a part of this next phase and change outfits, and we're not in any way damaging him, heads up.
It's just fun.
So,
Yeah.
you know, and I mean, I agree respecting a piece of art, but also it's a chance to really, for people to interact differently with a piece of art. And it makes an elk that's a bronze that you might see in a lot of towns in Colorado a little bit more unique because you just put a construction worker in the middle, and people are noticing that and having conversations about it.
Was the original was this a donation or a purchase by
This
the
was a
town?
purchase from what I understand, but it was a purchase supported by a
The old-
group of community members who are really passionate about this.
Was it the old arts group we had?
Yeah, it was, and it's been really hard to figure out. I mean, I've called Mary Stavey to figure out like, well, how this came about. I've spoken to a few other people about who are Rick Amico, who was in this group. It's been hard to piece together how exactly they paid for this, but I think it's still absolutely worth respecting. And so he's gonna get moved.
Is brass good for up here? Is that a good material?
I thought it was, is it? I thought it was
Bronze, bronze,
Yeah,
it's
okay,
bronze, sorry.
gotcha.
Sorry,
I
not
was
brass.
like, that's okay. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Oh, what did I miss? Yeah.
No, bronze is actually great for up here because as Vanessa had mentioned and as was mentioned, it's had some missing parts. And it's easily repairable through the company that we have. They've been doing repairs to a lot of them around here as compared to some other things that we have at the museum that are cast iron, which when those break are a lot harder to repair. So with the melt and thaw and all that.
The Indian and the bear over here is,
That one is same as the elk,
Yeah.
but a lot of the bells and some of the larger things that we have
Yeah.
are cast iron, and those are getting a little harder to repair.
is
So
the arrow still in the back in the bear, or is that broken off, or?
we worked
Repair
with
that a lot.
Pacific Coast to get a cast made of that arrow. And as the arrow screws out, we don't want to weld it in place because then if it snaps,
Yeah.
even harder, you know, so we've been doing different epoxies that are completely removable and threaded in, and I have a stash of about 6 arrows in my office right now. And we're actually not going through that many. We've gone through one in the last 2 years, so it's doing great. But we had a cast made through our conservation company that we can just continuously get more arrows for that.
Maybe electrify it.
Running a current through
Yeah.
Now that our kids are older.
We'll have to check with Sursa.
The sculpture in Triangle Park as well, you will have noticed the pole was broken on that sculpture for a long time as well. And the Frisco Arts and Culture Council's made a priority to fix that too, so that's fixed as well.
Where the sheep are or something? And then the triangle park down here?
Yeah, they're
Oh, the
they're
skier, oh,
skiers.
yeah, and the marble
Skier,
there,
yep. So, yeah, so it's been great to maintain what we have.
Mhm.
In terms of collaborations, already mentioned that we have done some work with the town of Silverthorne and Breckenridge not to replicate what they're doing. We also talk to them regularly about the things that we're up to. We do, in fact, for 4th of July for 3 years now, have commissioned jointly with the town of Dillon, Silverthorne, Recreate, and the town of Frisco, float in the 4th of July parade. We'll just keep evaluating that, or the Arts and Culture Council will. But we also realize that we have a really great connection in the community. Josh Blanchard, who was a county commissioner, is now the director of Colorado Creative Industries. We've had some council members and staff attend their annual conference in May, and Josh also came and presented to the group and talked about the priorities for Colorado Creative Industries. It was interesting to hear that, you know, we're 39th in the state of Colorado in arts funding. So local funding for the arts is pretty vital. Like, I don't think it's gonna change on the state side. So this town council taking that on and funding, he said, is vital because that's where we're seeing most of the arts funding is locally. He did mention arts is the 4th largest driver of tourism, and keep in mind that's also cultural arts, like plays and music. And their focus is art access for all demographics. So it was great to have a meeting with him. He's a really great resource and very he's generous with his time and advice.
And then we've got a few really fun projects coming up as well. One of them, which the Call for Artists just closed 2 days ago, is the Gray Pump House building out at the PRA. We're gonna have that building wrapped all 4 sides by a mural. We received 27 artist submissions from that, international submissions, different states, which means, you know, we're doing something great over here in Frisco that people want to travel from different countries and bring their art and share their work with us, as well as different states. Another one that we have going on currently, which you'll see the RFQ going out in just likely a few days or a few weeks for, is being able to support community development on 36 new waste and recycling receptacles that are going to go up and down Main Street. So with those, the company that went out to bid for that, it was included in that to bring some art to it. And we're gonna have graphic design artists will be selected to design those, and it'll be vinyl wrapped on the waste receptacles. And that is, you know, similar to the Wassel mug, that just a great example of how we can be helpful or how we can be a tool and useful to other areas of the town operations as well. So we're not only going out and doing murals and projects like that, but we're also working within town operations to bring art through some of these projects that support infrastructure, like the buildings and the waste receptacles. In 2027, we'll have an installation going in. This is one that we're working with Renee Walkup, who is the president of the Colorado Mosaic Artists Guild right now, is for a mosaic to go on the bench behind the Visitor Information Center, that wavy concrete bench back there. So we're working with her on how we can bring something that is a different medium that we don't already have here in Frisco to the area. And she has a team of artists, being the president of the Mosaic Guild. So it should be fun. They've got some really great ideas on community engagement and how we can get people involved with this installation, and how people who are part of our community here can start to see themselves in that project as well.
And that's one where Pacific Coast is assisting with figuring out materials, because you can imagine a mosaic, you want all the pieces to stay where they're supposed to stay. The others we have already spoken about. The only thing that we haven't talked about is a focus on a larger art piece, figuring out the commission on that and where to commission it and potential location. That's an interesting one. It's in the arts plan to start considering in the 4th year, so that would be this year, and then to look at commissioning it in the 5th year. And so the Frisco Arts and Culture Council did something with the finance team, and that is establishing an arts fund, which you've seen now. You'll see the 2nd year in your budget. And what that allows the Arts and Culture Council to do is to retain any funds that are not used in a year in that fund, also allows them to accept donations and keep them in the arts fund and earmark them for art spending. And it also allows them to save for a larger project and not to have to return to council and say, hey, listen, we need XYZ amount for a larger commissioned piece. Because that's probably $100,000+ piece that they're looking at. So that's gonna be an interesting focus and figuring out where that would go and what that piece should look like. It's not a group that's probably going to commission another Bronze Hill, just a heads up. Definitely interested in, that's an amazing piece of art, but moving a bit beyond that, so that will be interesting, and that's a larger piece that would come back to council, because art pieces can be remarkably controversial. And what one person thinks is art, other person thinks is a coat rack or worse, so that would be something that would come back to council before that commission were to happen.
The recycling receptacles. Is the company paying for us to do those designs, or that was extra on top of the $7,000 for each receptacle? Is because they showed us pictures on them. Is that something that
Yeah.
we're paying for? We're doing the graphics, and that's on top of the $7,000
So
for
it
each
was,
recyclable?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It was my understanding after talking with some people about it that within the RFP of we are looking to get these receptacles, the price of that was included in there. Now, that was my understanding on it. It may be different than that, but I do believe that that was part of it when we said, hey, this is how much there is to get these receptacles. Bringing art to them was baked into that price and was also part of the examples that you saw, I believe, are from the website of the fabricators company. Because they kind of specialize in that. So typically when they make these, the company itself will be the ones vinyl wrapping it.
Mhm.
So I think that's all in on their side.
And what is the, lifespan of vinyl on metal outside, and how many years we're gonna get out of it, and how, we're gonna have to replace that every 2 years, 3 years, and how much do we expect that those things are, are gonna look not that great in 2 or 3 years?
Absolutely. So with doing outdoor signage throughout the area here and at the historic park, where the technology was even 5 years ago, using UV ink printed on vinyl gives you a 10-year guarantee. We have some signs up that are nearing 14, 15 years, and that was even installed 14, 15 years ago. So it's only getting better over time. But it does come with the UV ink, a 10-year guarantee.
Oh, yeah.
And with that also, with this project, by commissioning the artists to do this series of their narrative through these, we also will have the potential to, if we get more receptacles, to reuse this same art. So it can kind of continue to be spread throughout the town. If we decide that 5 more are gonna go in a few years, it will be an art design that the town of Frisco does own, and we are able to continue using for the same purposes.
And how many different wraps are you looking at?
So there's gonna be a total of 36 waste receptacles, but they're paired up by 2, so 18 locations up and down Main Street. In our RFQ that we're putting out for the artists, we say, this is your slate to tell your narrative. You can have up to 9 to tell that story. So I believe it was 6 to 9 is what we put on there. If they choose to tell this story in 6 installations, it'll be repeated 3 times throughout Main Street. If they choose to tell their artistic story throughout 9, it'll be repeated twice. Now the price does not change. We are not paying them per design. It is, hey, this is how much is going towards this. How can you tell your story best? How much canvas do you need for that?
Thanks for knowing about
Thanks.
signs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Museum
Super
stuff.
handy that he knows about signs. So
Absolutely.
we're almost done talking and getting then to questions and also what else our friends from the Frisco Arts and Culture Council want to talk about. I would just say I'd be remiss to not talk about some challenges as well. We are it's an amazing group. I would say the things that are maybe challenges that we feel and we just want to acknowledge is we have a passion for art. I like doing art. I'm painting tiny birds right now. I'm not sure what that's all about, but I am for my own personal fun, and I was on a public arts commission for the town of Breckenridge. I know what it's like to be on a group like that, albeit with a slightly larger budget at that point. But that has also, that also evolved in the town of Breckenridge. Blair has a background with he's a musician, he teaches guitar, he's worked at museums, he has a degree in visual arts. We're really passionate about it, and so sometimes it does feel tough to us that all of the incredible ideas the Frisco Arts and Culture Council has, we don't necessarily have all of the time resources that we might like to implement them. We have, both of us, probably more than 40-hour responsibilities, and then we work on making sure that we tackle as much as we can, including public art in this town. And so I just want to acknowledge that is a challenge, and art is not fast. It is inherently slow, and heads up, artists are not super admin efficient. And I don't know that we would want them to be, because they might not be really good artists at that point. So the process of administering an art program and even getting a mural produced can be very time consuming, and it should be. Like I said, art is slower. And so we're always looking to do more with what we have. We're really passionate about this as two staff members, but I just want you to acknowledge that there is just, sometimes we haven't been spending the whole budget because there's only so much we have in the way of time to implement. We've been lucky to have amazing partners in events and who help with things like, and support and things like the movie night. We think we can certainly do some more of that, but we're also cognizant of our limits sometimes, and that we don't like them that much. So that's what we have for you in terms of a recap, what this group has been up to roughly for the past 2 years, a little over 2 years. You saw in the packet that we have some questions for you. I'll throw them up here for you. Your choice in terms of what you want to tackle, if anything, and then I would love to just open it up to the Frisco Arts and Culture Council too, and anything they might have to add.
I've made some bullet points here on some comments I wanted to make. So I'll start off. First of all, on a side note, just another, as always, kudos to the museum and the great work being done there. It's amazing.
Thank you very much.
I think, so just to make a statement on my personal belief about art in communities, I think it's an amenity that should be supported. I think when you go through and travel around like we all do to places, you can see communities that have a vibrant arts feel to them, and those that don't, and it changes everything. I just came back from a trip overseas. This country used to be a former Soviet sphere influenced country, and you can see the drabness of that period. And right now there is an explosion of art going on in the capital, and it's amazing to see how it changes everything. So just to be clear, as long as I'm on council and as long as I'm a resident, I'm a big supporter of this effort. A couple of things that I liked. I like hearing you got the young artists paid. I remember one time when photography, a long time ago, was a big part of my life. I got paid. I got a check one time. It's weird. It shouldn't matter, but it changes everything. It's an official statement that you're seen as competent and appreciated. So I really appreciate you guys did that. On the I'm the Boss piece, which I never knew that was the name of it. I think what you talked about maintaining what we have is very important too. Town's gonna put up art, it's gonna take down art. And as you said, Vanessa, not everyone, it can be controversial. I actually like the I'm the Boss brass or bronze or whatever it is. And I'm generally not a fan of those kind of things, but I've always liked seeing that as I get back from somewhere and right there at that area. So I'm glad we're saving that. And I do think the town, we should really constantly think about when we do accept art, or we do put something up, that we take on the responsibility of maintaining it. As Elizabeth noted, people decorating, and then we found out who some of the culprits were. there's nothing worse than there's nothing better than a fun whimsical scarf on the I'm the boss, and there's better than that. There's nothing better than that. There's nothing worse than seeing it there 9 months later, ratty and tattered, right? So maintaining what we have, I think, is a critical function of what the committee and what the effort should be about. I also appreciate that we're not trying to replicate what Breck and Silverthorne have created. You know, I've really appreciated what Breck's done over a long period now, and you know, that's their culture, their way of chasing their feel of arts, and we should have our own way. So I really appreciate that. I was bummed to hear that Colorado is 39th in the state in this country for arts. So thank you for that data point. We should do better as a state. Again, I see art as even art I disagree with, I see it as an amenity for that any society should have to make society better. I'll see what I can do there. Accepting donations. Have we not been accepting donations? The Arts Council?
You need to have something specific to accept a donation for.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. We
So-
haven't been though. I just was ignorant. of
No,
that.
I mean, we haven't been, we've been producing some revenue because we
Yeah.
charged, I mean, honestly, a fee that made it very accessible for the sound and lighting workshops.
Yeah.
Because charging something makes sure that people show up,
Right.
but no.
Well, I think that's fantastic that we're moving towards that. I think the residents should also, and I'll put this on myself too, step up and say, look, we do want a community that has arts, and it's something that we should be able to donate to. And I know for a fact there are some of our local full-time year residents, but I know we have some second homeowners that really appreciate the town they come to once a year and how special it is because they're trying to get out of these giant cities they live in around the country. And I know, and they got some fat wallets for lack of a better term, and I know that we could see some things channeled that way. I would say also back to your thing about the art being controversial sometimes. I would just say as everything moves forward, I find communication, you know, communication can sometimes dampen controversy. There's art that we have on Main Street that I'm not a big fan of, but I also understand it's not just my town, right? So I would just say be brave going forward with that because I think the I'm the Boss is a cool piece of art, but I also, like I said, it wouldn't be my normal selection, but it's there, and I changed my view of it, right, because of it. And then resources, I get that, and you know, I used to. Currently, I'm down to one volunteer position, in the county right now. I used to volunteer at 4 separate entities. I'll probably pick up some more because it's just something fun to do. But I get it. I understand how it can still be taxing though. So I'm interested in those deeper conversation about that kind of stuff. That's all I got.
Thank you.
And I'd be interested in being on the open position if Andy steps down. I'm sure there's others that would love to do it too.
Is that, did Andy step down or that's a potential?
He's talked about it and
Okay.
he's had a lot going on, obviously, and so I think I would love to check in with him and
Got it.
make sure and ensure that that's really, that he feels like he wants to step off. Again, it's not required to have a town council member on it, so don't feel pressure, but if you're interested and passionate, great, terrific.
Happy to chime in here with my thoughts. Thanks on there. I really like the idea of being able to leverage donations from the town, especially if we have some sort of like, this is a sculpture we want to raise money for, gets the community involved. I think it's suddenly not just the town's art, it becomes our art. I think a big, bold, whatever medium it may be, I really like that idea too. Something that can be accessible by walking, probably in the downtown. Anyway, I don't want to, not trying to put too many things, but I think I love art that you get up to and you're like, whoa. And you have to have a conversation piece about it and you kind of want to find out more. I think that's always really exciting and great for the community. I don't know if there's one that's always gets me is if you walk over the pedestrian bridge from Low High into Denver, there's like these red, do you know what I'm talking about? I just always stop there and look at it. I'm like, God, how they make that? I think it's a really cool piece. Anyway, I just pointed out, it's like, that always stops me in my tracks to think about art. Yeah, I think art is important to any vibrant community. I would say I've been enjoying the murals on the ground. I think my only concern there is, you know, we have snow on the ground 6-7 months a year, so they might not be as accessible as if they were on buildings. And just hearing you tell the story about the Walter Byron, I'd love to get like more information about like whether there's like a QR code or something that gets scanned to learn more at the site, or there's a plaque or something like that. I would love to see that too, because I'd love to hear about behind the scenes. All right, those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
I loved hearing about all the things that you guys have been working on. It's really awesome to hear, and to see your passion for everything. I've always enjoyed walking around and seeing the surprise art on the ground or on the wall or somewhere, and the tunnel is so cool. Under the highway. One thing that I'm really impressed with is just like this idea of interactive art and having like the little scavenger hunt where kids can then go get a sticker. I love that idea. And whatever other opportunities there are for interactive art or educational art, just to get people to slow down and really appreciate it, because it's one thing to look at something and then another thing to really just like experience it. And yeah, if we need to do something to make it so the Arts and Culture Council can accept donations, I think that would be awesome, like everybody said. But overall, I'm really excited and grateful for you all.
You did it already by establishing the art fund. Thank you. So they can absolutely accept donations. So thank you. Yeah.
I do also want to point out, I like that idea of being able to save up for a project too and roll over those funds. It does sound important.
Absolutely.
Thanks, you guys. I really enjoyed the update on everything. And in case, I don't know if you guys have visited the strategic plan. It's really cool to check out. They even have like a arts and economics calculator on there that you can kind of, whatever, it's just fun to look at. I mean, I guess like for me, I think sometimes I want a little bit more of an economic driven thing, even though I know in the strategic plan that wasn't identified as a community goal or priority. But I think looking ahead towards the long view of Frisco, just different economic opportunities besides, I mean, I'm just being like snow and Lake Dillon. I just think about what's possible for the future. And if we can, connect art to some sort of different type of economic driver. I don't know exactly what that means. That's why we have you guys. No, I just can't. It's not
Are you
really.
talking about like direct revenue, like tickets and stuff? or
No,
just-
I don't know. I really don't know. Just something that people are gonna come to Frisco for these reasons, and maybe art's one of them. And I think you guys have already created a really nice foundation for that. The museum, your guys' events are really rad. The silent disco, the yarn, like all of these things are really creating a really unique sense of identity and place. And I think that was kind of one of the things that mattered a lot to the community. So, and then, I still like to go back to the strategic plan. I'm going to say the recording studio thing. And I don't, I just got some news about a potential private space. My husband and a friend have moved a recording studio 2 times now. But this next new spot could potentially be a much more permanent space. And so I guess in my future, I would love to maybe, once I figure that out a little bit more, talk to you guys about what collaboration looks like in that space. What's potentially, I don't know, maybe we would do a nonprofit program or organization through there, and we could bring in different funding mechanisms, programs, stuff like that. And then the last thing I'll say is like, I guess, I'm always looking for more performance, like whether it's dance or some sort of theater or a way, you know, for the past year, I started taking improv comedy classes and it's so fun. And so now we have branched off and we have our own branch of improv performers. And, you know, I was talking to Damon and Andy and I was like, we would do it for free if you would help us like bring people, or maybe it could just be like a pop-up improv show somewhere. Just something, you know, but I love everything you have going on. I'm not against any, I'm totally happy that we have come so far. And thank you, Melissa. You were kind of the one that, well, you were the one that brought this back to Frisco, so.
Well, thank you. With you and your husband and Vanessa. I mean, I think everybody should give Vanessa a round of applause because she really like keeps it going, and she helps us interpret what we're capable of and what we're not, and that we're not the ones actually performing the art or painting the art or whatever.
But you can, I'm not
we
telling you
lose
not
sight
to
of
do
that.
it. But you don't have to go out and actually do the mural or mix the paint.
I don't know if it's the right time, but I was gonna make a pitch, and it's a good segue off what Liz was saying. Where I see the biggest opportunity is really two things. One small thing, and that is the community dinner. And I was in Park City, and Tom, maybe you remember this from your time there, but we just happened to be there, and the entire Main Street was shut down, and it was people were having so much fun, and it was underpinned by creativity. And I don't know how, and I don't know the logistics, but it was phenomenal. And there was flowers and people were dressed up crazy. I mean, it was just cool. And I sent a picture to Vanessa, of course, because that's what I do. So that's a small thing. I think that's like a low hanging fruit thing. But a really big thing that I really would like our group to focus on with the support of town council is the art lab. Because we've knocked it out of the park with the murals. The murals have been great. But we also don't want to like over mural. I don't think we can be over muraled, but like I think it's time to maybe shift our focus into something big. And you know, we've had a lot of conversations about what is an art lab and where would it go and what does it look like. And this is my personal viewpoint. I know that there's some differing perspectives within the council itself, but a place where, you know, to build upon for kids to just drop in and like, for lack of a better word, do art. I mean, and I know there's a few spaces in town that are very underutilized. You know, this doesn't have to be like a really infrastructure intensive, expensive, permanent, long-term thing. I mean, it can be whatever we want it to be. And we don't want to be Brett Create because the Brett Create is already serving a wonderful need, but like it's also not serving a need. It's not serving that more casual, like kind of day-to-day drop-in art space. And we're more central than Silverthorne, so there's an opportunity to capture a lot more kids and adults. So that's my pitch. I'd love to see it happen. We've had some interest from community members saying they'd like to help out. I don't really know how viable that is. But anyways, that's what I wanted to leave with you guys.
Melissa, I think speaking for the town council, we'd love to give you 101 West Main Street building.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. The story, yeah, see, there you go. Speaking for council, Robin.
Perfect.
Got vote there.
Tom gave
About-
that,
It's gonna be about 10
This is
minutes.
a work session. Do we
Do
have a cell phone tower
Yeah.
in order to be in
You know, I think, instead of using it for storage, maybe we could
I
use
know.
it for something,
We'd love to
something for that. So
Test that, for sure.
101 Main, we'd love to give you that. We'd love to turn that into.
You mean
our-
First of May?
First of May.
Oh.
Is it 101?
Oh.
That's 101 is the
I'm
housing
not
project.
even the one- yeah.
101's housing project. So first in May.
I thought you were just me.
I knew what you were talking
Okay.
about.
Oh,
I knew
okay.
you
So I
were-
thought he
I
was
got first.
pitching the new.
We have tons of storage
Let's talk
here.
about Philippines.
That's a very visual place.
Well, I happen to agree with you, but I know there's a lot of conversation that needs to be had, but we would love to explore that more.
I appreciate what you're saying too, Melissa, especially what you said about murals, by the way, the Walter Byron mural is fantastic, I love that. But you know, you can tend, I think, sometimes to overdo
Yeah.
murals, like that can't be, you know,
That's not our
it's
only
it's
last
not
name
the art,
legacy.
it's not the mural committee, it's the art committee,
Yeah.
right? So, and I really appreciate what you said, Melissa, about maybe starting some, what would probably be long-term conversations about that, though.
Yeah, and just to kind of follow up on that, one of the things that really drives me is we live in such an amazing place. But there are some sacrifices when you live in a smaller town, and I really feel strongly that culture shouldn't be one of them. And I also think about the kids here, like my own, whose parents moved here because of their own passions. And understanding that they might not have my same passions, and to be able to give them spaces to explore and understand who they are that is separate from skiing or mountain biking is really important. So I want to make sure that whatever we do, we use that vein of education and self-expression as well. So,
You know, my daughter and her friends all summer, they have been going to the park. Like
Yeah.
Walter Byron today, they were in the green in our neighborhood. And they were painting and doing all these things, you know, the bleach thing on the t-shirt is real
Yeah.
popular right now. But so I feel like all summer I've been like now I have like a crate in the back of my car that has all the stuff. And today she's like, "Where's the beer?" You know, and it you're right, because like it's great in the summer that they can go to the park, but it's like, you know, it'd be really cool to have a year round. Anyway.
and thank you very much for supporting the arts and supporting our committee. And thanks to the staff too.
No, they pretty much covered it. Thanks, town council, you guys have been awesome. Obviously couldn't have done it with $0. I think it's been great. Feel free to get more.
Sandlot.
So this is one of the Parklet awkward.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
Yeah, and I just wanna say that if we ever get a 1-star Yelp review that said town has too many murals, I think we will have one.
That's a transition point.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank
for
you guys
having
for
us.
Thank you for your
Yes.
time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you for being here.
Enjoy the show.
Okay. Guess we're gonna move on to our second topic for our work session. The landscaping and revegetation requirements code discussion from community development.
We only have about 2 minutes because I don't wanna put the third item late because they came up here. No worries. So you tell me what you want because I really think they're more important than me presenting about landscaping.
Do you wanna start that one first and then we?
See how time goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause I think they're here and ready too. I would just hate to take away their time when they travel.
That's fine, I mean,
If that's okay.
and we can reserve a little, I'll post Liz.
My stuff is not that important today anyway, so you are totally
how to, like,
good.
It's time to wrap this up. You're doing fine.
I need the like music to start.
Yeah.
Just slowly.
Just put a
Builds.
clock up. No. I kept watching the clock, but I didn't know how to like.
No,
He doesn't want to.
I should have done that. 'Cause I'm responsible
Like
for
this is
that.
good, it's landscape. No, they're doing downtown.
Well, she put that stuff on.
Oh, she did.
I'm gonna pull up yours.
As the
Yeah, you get into it, right?
you know, at 5, I was like. All right, I'll get back. So are we doing the,
Yep, they're coming in right now.
or no, are we moving to
We're
the?
moving to downtown.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my gosh, I want this to go away. There we go. It's up here.
Thank you so much.
Of course, welcome.
Appreciate that. Hello.
Hello.
Right here, okay, okay.
How are you?
Great, thank you. Thanks for being here. You might be a
Yeah,
hot
course.
seat right here.
Okay. Okay, so since I didn't manage the time very well, we're gonna skip to our third topic. And then hopefully go back to the second one, but for now, we have some folks from the Downtown Colorado Incorporated Economic Development Program. And they're gonna be with James Gorham.
Thank you. So you might have remembered very early on in this year that we had a community development action plan. And in that action plan, in the fourth quarter, we told you that we were gonna talk about development authorities and tax incentives, all that kind of fun economic development stuff. But we've bumped it up to third quarter, so we're ahead of the game on this. So what staff has done is we have actually joined Downtown Colorado Incorporated. We're happy to be a member with that organization. And so what we're trying to do is just kind of set a dialogue, set the tone, get conversation going about economic development and the tools that are out there that we might be able to use in the future. So what we've done, like I said, is we've joined Downtown Colorado. We've brought their team in here to discuss some of the tools that we can possibly look at using in the future, and ways that might be able to help us with economic diversification, revitalization, and economic sustainability. So with that, I'll turn it over to Catherine.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for having us here. We are excited to be here. We have a lot of information. As we're going through, if you have any questions, please just interrupt us, cut us off, whatever you'd like to do, because we do like full days, multi-day things on some of this topics. So if we're going too fast, let us know. But we're excited to be here. I'm gonna mess up saying, what did I do?
Just cancel.
Okay, sweet. I'm gonna try this thing instead. I'll start by introducing myself and let Troy introduce himself, and then I'll come back to that quote. My name is Catherine Correll, and I have been with Downtown Colorado Inc. for quite a long time. This is actually my 20th year, and I came here. I'm from here, and I had moved away. I was living overseas, and I came back and I started working with this organization. And the way this organization works is around community and economic development. So it's not just your straight up economic development, but it involves the idea of community and economic development. And I stress that because I came from international economic development, where we are always looking at the important parts of culture. And so the way that we do our work is really to look at the culture, look at the history, look at the pieces of your community that make it very unique, and to think about how to help it to continue to thrive. And it is based around downtowns because, well, downtowns, town centers, commercial districts, because that is generally and historically where life happens, right? That's where your sales tax is generated and information is shared and gatherings happen, people come together. And so what we do is think of that like the heart in your community,
And all of the parts are important, but the heart is what's pumping that blood out to the rest of the community. And so we really do focus on community and economic development and thinking about how all of those things that are maybe liabilities or challenges in your community can actually be turned into opportunities and opportunities for people to show their love. And then I will have Troy go.
Hello, my name's Troy Bernberg. I'm managing director with a broker-dealer and municipal advisory firm called Northland Securities. I've been volunteering my time since 2011 with DCI. Really happy to be here. Part of the reason why I'm here, I volunteer my time with this organization, deeply passionate about public finance and its toolbox, and here to lend some insight. I represent about 3 or 4 urban renewal authorities and 6 DDAs. So I'm kind of in the thick of it on these 2 topics and look forward to a very vibrant conversation this evening.
And I will echo that you will never see anybody quite as passionate about public finance as Troy. So he'll get a little excited at some point, I'm sure. So I want to go back to
I've never
this.
seen people animated.
You just wait. No, our organization, in addition to being the doers, because we are generally working with the people in community who are trying to get stuff done, we are also known as the fun one. So there's a lot of animation in our world. But this quote comes from Peter Kageyama, who wrote a book called For the Love of Cities. And this book and this quote I like to highlight because one of the premises of the book is that oftentimes as a leader, you focus on things like potholes or sort of maintaining the minimum standard, right? But that is not typically what inspires love of community, right? Like you could fix every pothole and nobody's gonna turn around and say, you've gotta come visit my town because we have the smoothest streets. They're so smooth, there's no potholes, right? Like that just doesn't happen. And what we do with placemaking, place-based community and economic development is really looking at how you can inspire people to show their love through different love notes. And sometimes those love notes are opening a business or investing in your community or renovating a vacant building or, or maybe it's volunteering their time or maybe it's running for office, right? Those are all ways that people write love notes to their community. But we like to think about our work as how you can open the pathways for people to show that love. And that is a great book. If you ever want to check it out, he also has like videos on YouTube and he's pretty good. Okay, so our agenda for today is we're going to go through, we've kind of done our introductions, but we're going to tell you a little bit more about Downtown Colorado Inc. and your membership, because as James said, you now have membership. And also the resources that we have available. Then we'll go through what are URAs and DDAs, how do they work? And then we can have strategic conversations, like what is it that you are interested in doing? Where are your interests after kind of hearing these ideas? And I will say, as I'm going through the resources, I'll also share, we have different things like case studies, different webinars. So if today you're sort of getting a lot of information and you're like, wow, I don't have a question yet, there's other things that we can give you and kind of help you to think through things or meet with other people who use these tools in their town. And that'll be our plan. Okay, so Downtown Colorado Inc. was started in 1982. So for over 40 years, we have been the doers in Colorado, although I did coin that phrase and I wasn't there at that time. But we were started to help communities that really want to maintain a thriving downtown or revitalize a dying downtown, and to help communities look at the different tools that are available to them, and to educate, to help people move forward, to bring together groups to talk about their lessons learned, share best practices, all of those things. And so we did that from 1982 until the year 2000, when we got a grant from the not the National Trust, but the Colorado, History Colorado. And that grant was to do the Main Street program. So then we started working with Main Street program, which is also downtown, but it's more volunteer led. So we were working with these financing mechanisms for professionally led downtown programs. And then for a period of about 10 years, we worked almost exclusively with volunteer-led rural programming, nonprofits. And so we have both of those things in our skill set. We know we work with tiny towns of 1,000 who are trying to get their downtown done, and we work with districts in Denver. We work with, different mountain communities. We work with suburban communities, and sort of all of the downtowns and commercial districts and town centers in between. Now, we do advisory services, which is not exactly like a consultant. But what we do is often help cities and towns and districts look at what their next steps are, and then kind of get you a few steps ahead when you go to work with a consultant, right? So we can outline, here's the process that you want to go through. This is, the data that we're going to want to collect. These are the ways that you can engage your community and really what kind of outreach you can be doing, and then help you kind of move forward. So we do a lot of that. We also have a ton of educational events, and if you go on our website, it's kind of shocking how many there are for me personally right now. But yes, and then advocacy. So we also collect information from communities and help to push that up. We don't typically lobby, but we do support bills, and we oppose bills, and we will, get people out to testify if it's something that is near and dear to the hearts of downtowns. And then I'll talk more, of course, about DDAs and URAs. We also have something called the Challenge Program, and the Colorado Challenge Accelerator Program is a program where if you have a trouble site, like if you have some parcel or vacant building or something in your community that you've been having trouble figuring out what happens next. We have a lot of tools, and we've actually developed an 8-module process that takes about 6 months, and you walk through and you fill out different forms so that you have a good understanding of the political, social, regulatory, feasibility for moving forward with that for whatever future use you envision. And it also helps you identify if you might be eligible for different funding sources. So those are all things that we do. We have membership. We specialize in tax increment financing. Our signature event is In the Game, as in skin in the game. And we love to get a group of the community members coming, because then you come back and everybody's filled with a lot of ideas and energy and momentum to get stuff done. That's going to be in Longmont in April. So some of the benefits of VIP membership are that once a year we can come and do a presentation like this with no additional fees. It also gets you almost free registration to everything. It was free, but we find if you make everything free, people just kind of sign up willy-nilly and then they don't show up. So we have a very minimal VIP fee, but you get a free registration to our In the Game event. So if anybody wants to go to that, it's really pretty inspiring. And we're going to be in Longmont, where they have a DDA, and the DDA also manages their creative district and a GID. So it's a lot of combined lessons that you can learn all in a few days. And we Yeah, so this is mostly about events. We also have jobs and RFPs, so if you're hiring for anything, we can send that out to people who really specialize in these areas. We can connect with you annually and look at, how are you progressing? So you had these ideas, are there any additional resources we can get for you? You can also just call us. So typically members will just give us a call or an email and say, hey, do you know anything about this? And sometimes we do and sometimes we don't, but we can almost always put you in touch with somebody who's working on that. So we do a lot of connecting of folks. And we also have that whole online resource library. Yeah, so there is a lot. Also, so you know, your membership has 10 spots. So you could all be in there and then you can go on and use the resource library. It's not just one person. And then we are releasing our awards soon, so if you want to nominate a business or a partnership or what we refer to as the Downtowner of the Year, like a very special person who makes good contributions in your downtown, we do have nominations and we'll be opening those in the next week or so. But our bread and butter and why we were originally started is to work with these 3 types of organizations, which are all Title 31. So most people are familiar with special districts that are Title 32, like mosquito districts or water districts or other special districts. And these are Title 31, so it's kind of a smaller group. But this is where we specialize, and you do not need to read this because we're gonna have a whole training on those. But with those districts, we often work with communities, as I mentioned, around education, and we have a lot of 101 programming. We also do board strategy sessions, and then think about guidance on planning your timeline, like thinking about the communication. I will say one of the biggest things that I see go wrong with communities that are interested in getting any of these tools is around communication. And so having some help with that I think is always useful. And then we do have regular cohort meetings. So we get together all of the URAs in the state on a monthly basis on the 4th Wednesday of the month for a call. So everybody can just join a Zoom and you can hear what other people are working on. The DDAs, we don't get together monthly. It's more like quarterly. And we have lunches where they all come together. And then we have brown bag lunches where they can call in and just talk to each other. And so it's a good time, and we also put together directories for each of them where we do collect that data. So coming up before the end of the year, we'll have like the state of urban renewal in Colorado, and we can share that with you and you all can see like this is an overview of what all of them are working on, how they're set up, what's a typical salary, those sorts of things for both URAs and DDAs. All right, now I'm gonna turn it over to Troy to talk about what is TIF, and TIF stands for Tax Increment Finance.
Sure. So how many people are familiar with tax increment financing or have some familiarity? Okay. All right. Excellent. It can be a very complicated and nuanced topic, but I like to try and simplify things a little bit. And for me, definitionally, it's an increase in an existing revenue base, whether it be from property tax, sales tax, or otherwise, resulting from new development. I say resulting from new development because of the 2024 Colorado Supreme Court case between PK Kaiser, the Arapahoe County assessor, and the Aurora Urban Renewal Authority about how increment and base are separated and divvied up, and ultimately that particular decision said, hey, you can really rely on increment, right, from new development. It may not come from horizontal development, it's probably going to come from vertical development. And when a URA plan area or a plan of development for a DDA is formed, you set a base in a property tax or a sales tax, okay? So for example, if you form in the spring, you're gonna use the December certification for assessed value. That is now your base. Do you wanna jump in? Because okay, cool. And so for me, the base is set there when those plan documents are adopted, okay? The sales tax is calculated from the last 12 months when that plan document is adopted, okay? And those are bases set. And then as those revenues grow, okay, above the base, that base that's set, that is called increment, okay? This is not a new tax. I repeat, it is not a new tax. It's not. I've been doing this 23 years, mostly on the West Slope. It's very important. And so it is also not an increase in existing tax rates, okay? Basically, what I'm showing you here is an illustration, okay? A graphic illustration. It's mainly focused on property tax, okay? So starting in year one, you have a 25-year clock for Urban Renewal Authority. You have a 30-year clock for a Downtown Development Authority, okay? So that's one difference to know. Your base is gonna be the same as that in that first year, okay? And this illustrates if there was no tax increment financing, okay? This is just illustrating that, yes, generally property goes up every other year, okay? Generally speaking, okay? And so this is showing you without the incentive of TIF in your community, you may not develop this particular property that represents the assessed values on this screen, right? And so the next screen shows you, well, what if we use TIF to incentivize a property or set of properties or an area be invested in both from a private perspective, but also from a public infrastructure perspective. And this illustrates what happens when you develop that property that's either underutilized or not to its highest and best use. You put in investment into that property, okay? And it grows in value, okay? You've got something that was worth just above 4 million. Now that property is worth, at the end of 25 years, almost 11 million. That baseline, that darker purple, okay, that adjusts in property tax increment, okay? So every other year in a reassessment year, our taxes change, our valuations change.
Just like that.
Yep, just like that, right? And so when it comes to using TIF, there's a worksheet that you get from the county that says, hey, this is the value of this property. It grew to $11 million. About 6 million of that is base. That goes to all the existing taxing jurisdictions. So that's why that's important. Those existing taxing jurisdictions still get their taxes as represented by the dark purple. That increment, that capture of increased existing revenues is the light purple. And that's what you use to invest in a plan area or plan of development for a DDA.
Or a URA. And
Right.
one thing to
Plan
add
area
to
for a
this
URA, yep.
is the idea with tax increment is that but for that investment, that additional increment would not happen. Okay? So if everything just stays the same and there is no investment, you stay in the dark purple. But if there is this investment, you can then play with future money, right? And so you can say to the developer or to locals who want to invest, you can say, hey, we'll make a contribution from this future growth to your project so that you can invest today.
That but for argument goes into, there must be some kind of funding gap for this project or for this property not to have developed before. And so that's the but for argument. If it wasn't but for having tax increment financing as a tool, this development would not otherwise occur. And so as I've been sharing with you, a URA or DDA receives a share of this increment property and sales tax. Most of my clients and most of what I've seen in practice is that a URA or DDA at least has the ability in their plan documents to collect both, okay? You can also include lodging tax if you wanted it as well. The URA then makes a catalytic investment in a property or in a plan area, okay? And so ultimately, this is most often public infrastructure. And you may need public infrastructure to serve this site. The developer may need that infrastructure to go vertical on that site, right? And so then that project gets developed and you're generating more increment over the life of a URA or DDA.
Does that all make sense? I know it's a little complicated.
Why don't you provide a redevelopment example?
A redevelopment example of a URA?
Canyon cities.
Oh, yeah. We've been talking a lot about the St. Cloud, which we didn't put that in here, right?
No, we didn't.
So the St. Cloud Hotel in Canyon City is this, what is it, about 100 rooms?
Yep,
100 room.
old historic building.
Historic hotel. It was originally in Westcliff, I think, and they moved it to Canyon City. And then it ended up sitting vacant on a prime corner on Main Street in Canyon City for decades. A gorgeous building, but totally falling apart. Pigeons living in it, and nobody would touch it. Nobody could make it work. So they got a developer in, and the developer had deep pockets, which is good. A hospitality group, and they wanted to make it a hotel. But when they ran the numbers, there was a huge gap, even with them getting historic tax credits, even with them putting, you know, a lot of money in. There was going to be a gap, and it was about 2 million the first
2.8,
one.
yep.
2.8, oh, you should do it, 2.8 million
Yeah, I
to
know
start
these
with.
numbers really well.
And then, you know, as they started doing work, they started fixing up the building because they pledged the TIF to make up that gap. So one of the beautiful things about having TIF is that you can ask the developer to share their numbers with you, right? Whereas in a normal situation, they don't have to, right? Like they're the owner and they're doing what they want. You don't have to know what it is. With TIF, you can actually say, okay, we want you to show us what gap you have. Then you have an outside party, a third party, come review their numbers and say, okay, these numbers look legit. They do indeed have a gap. So then you can pledge the TIF to that project if it is meaningful to your community. Now, this was a historic building that's gorgeous that would otherwise have to be torn down one day, right? It was going to be 50 jobs in Canyon City, which is significant. It was going to be a public space, like they made the lobby of it sort of like a living room for the downtown area. So you can go in there, there's restaurant, there's bar, there's live music, you can just go in and play pool. And so there were a lot of benefits. So they were like, okay, we're gonna put TIF into this project. This is really worth it. They ended up, as they're doing the work, the walls start kind of caving in because they needed to be bolstered.
The foundation was basically crumbling. Once they pulled up the floors, they noticed that the foundation was crumbling underneath them. So real quick, just for some simple numbers, it was about $12 million initial estimate for the renovation. The gap was 2.8, so let's just call it 3. That analysis that they did said that that was the gap. So they got an analysis confirming that was indeed that gap in construction financing. And the revenues, the future incremental revenues got projected by a third party analyst. They entered into an agreement that said, if you construct this, we'll give you back $1.2 million. So that's an important thing. They had a gap of 2.8, but they only requested 1.2. So that's a good sign from a developer perspective because they were willing to put more skin in the game. Ultimately, the project ended up costing $22 million. So they put a lot of skin in the game ultimately, but this reimbursement agreement with the Urban Renewal Authority allowed the project to occur and go forward.
Does it only go to infrastructure?
Primarily, we could have a hours-long session just on eligible costs, but that's how it's defined under statute. And yes, I typically tell my clients to focus on infrastructure,
And would that
public
be,
benefit.
both, say, the development itself, but also public infrastructure?
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
Yeah, bringing
Yeah.
water, sewer, internet, storm sewer, curb, gutter, street, everything.
There's also some places where you might look at improvements that you'd like to see in a private property. Like if you
Right.
have a lot of buildings that maybe need sprinkling or ADA accessibility, elevators, things like that, that will stay with the building. And you just put agreements in place that regardless of who owns that building, this is staying here, nobody's dismantling it. Even if you're looking to get more restaurants in town, sometimes you can use it to say have a commercial kitchen grant that might support putting in a commercial kitchen. So it really depends on what your goals are, how you determine what the eligible costs are, but you want it to be something that's going to remain with the building.
Right. Next slide. So I've already pronounced the first bullet. It's not a new tax or an increase to existing tax rates. I've talked about this concept that it serves as an incentive, okay? And that's to close a funding gap on a project. Typically, those funding gaps are related to public improvements, some of which can be extraordinary in nature and cost.
How much is forming an urban renewal authority or a downtown development authority? How much is that a signal to the development community that you're wanting to play in the game?
I personally, from the private sector, working in public finance for both developers and communities, I would say it's a great sign that you're open to at least exploring more tools in the toolbox. You're gonna have an advantage over a community that doesn't have a DDA or URA. You just clearly do, because for me, the one quick thing is sometimes the towns and towns with DDAs and URAs on their own, they don't do a good enough job of advertising that it's an incentive. And so I think it opens up developers' eyes and private owners for sure, but we need to do a better job of communicating that this should be a part of an economic development incentive package. And so another quick thing, there is that circular motion that we showed on this slide to this, right? So it's the capture of future additional revenues resulting from new private investment that is then invested in public improvements, but also incentivizing further community-minded development, right? So you want one project to produce revenues to perhaps reimburse a developer, but you're never gonna reimburse 100%, at least if you ever work with me. I don't allow my clients to give away 100% of their increment. So for me, you have to keep a lot of that back to do more with, right? And so that's what I really try to focus on with my clients. And then, I'm trying to bring up, performance-based TIF, because ultimately a lot of TIF agreements are performance-based, okay? You enter into agreements saying, hey, like Canyon City, they said, oh, we're gonna give you $1.2 million at the end of your construction, once it's occupied. Well, what happens if $1.2 million of TIF revenue is never generated? No URA is not obligated to pay that. You entered into a contract with another sophisticated entity that knew the risks. So these agreements put a lot of skin in the developer's game because they want to hit those valuation targets so that they get that reimbursement, okay? So it is performance-based, and it's, for me, development paying its fair share.
And I will say, people that don't follow that the first time change it for the second time, right?
Right.
Like you only need to get into one of those agreements before you're like, wow, that was bad. So tying it to them delivering the project, like there are so many communities that have done deals where it was like, we're just gonna pledge this. And then the developer might walk away, sell the land, never do the project at all, and you still have to pay because it's a bad agreement. And that's a really important reason why you wanna have the right people on your team, you know, good legal that understands how to do these things, financial advisors, those sorts of things are very important as you go up.
To that note, the DDA statute is even its own weird, crazy animal. So, yeah, having the legal insight that have DDA work is really, really important on the DDA side. URAs are a little more plentiful. There's about 75 URAs and about 25 DDAs.
28 now.
28 DDAs. Real quick, more DDAs have been formed in the last 5 years than there have been URA plan areas or new URAs. So, yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head what, I think Silverthorne and Dillon have?
We have a slide for that.
Yeah, we have to jump a
I know
couple
if they're-
slides.
Yeah, I will say,
Yes.
Silverthorne has a URA.
Yes, I think it's,
Yeah,
I
they
think
have
it's
a
a
URA,
URA.
Vale has URA, Dillon has URA.
I heard Vale's considering a DDA.
Are they?
That's what I
Ooh, I
heard
haven't
because
talked to them
their
yet.
urban renewal authority is coming to an end.
Aha, okay, wait, so, before we jump into this, I thought we could give you another example of a DDA doing a project. Now, I think the way you use TIF is the same,
Yes.
but one of the big differences between DDAs, downtown development authorities, and urban renewal authorities is that DDAs can also do a mill levy. So,
Up to 5 mils.
yeah, up to 5 mils, and not all of them do. But that is one of the things, DDAs are considered the most flexible tool that you can have because whatever you put in your plan of development as what the DDA can do, the DDA can do, right? Now, you still want to follow a lot of those same principles, and you still want to kind of adhere to that idea of the but-for project, right? Like, would this thing go forward without this support? But I had an example, I really like Longmont's example, and I don't know the numbers, but they had a developer that was gonna come in and put in housing and put in mixed use commercial on the main floor. And the developer was asking for TIF to fill a gap, so of course they bring in an expert, review the plan, the pro forma. Yes, there is indeed a gap, and so they say that they will pledge TIF, but if they pledge TIF, they have to keep the commercial area rents low, and they can only increase them like with stair steps over years. They did that with one building, and then they have another building where it was also commercial and they didn't require that. That first building where they had the rents start low has been filled since it was completed. The other building has never filled the commercial, right? So they used it to ensure that their businesses would have a place that they could afford to have their businesses. So you can look at, you know, it really does go back to what your goals are as a community. And if allowing people, you know, encouraging people who are locals to have businesses and helping them pave the way to it, you can use it in that way as well.
Is a DDA that decides to implement a mill levy within that district, is it usually for common infrastructure or, I mean, say a road rebuild or stuff like that?
Sure, so it can be. One of my only one of my 6 DDA clients actually collects a mill levy, and they're using it for sustainability of an executive director and leadership, which I would argue is very important for these organizations very early on, and I would argue that in itself is an investment as well. I do have out of my DDA clientele, not all of them have executive directors. And I can tell you there's a clear performance difference to those that don't have executive directors to those that do. So the mill levy is nice because it provides certainty that you can have that role in place. Other times my clients are using it for investment or programming, Tom. So yeah, for me, and it's weird, the DDA does not assess the levy. The town does on behalf of the DDA.
Interesting.
That's a little nuance.
And not the county.
Correct, and so the one difference I wanted to point out in this slide, because I'm a little worried about time now, is that DDAs are effectively a Tabor animal, okay? If you want them to have bonding capacity, Tabor election. Formation, Tabor election. Mill levy, Tabor election, okay? And so that's why I've seen some clients or some municipalities like it. They like that oversight. They like Tabor and they like Tabor oversight, okay? Now, you still can't really tell a DDA what to do with its money, but you also have budget oversight. You have to approve their budget every year. So that's another layer of oversight that I think some municipalities like about DDAs, okay? Is there's a slightly closer relationship than to that of a urban renewal authority that's not subject to Tabor. It does not need voter approval to issue bonds, okay? So, and you know, the other thing I'll touch on real quickly, and I'm sure I'm stealing some of Kat's thunder, but my mind's racing a little bit here. So geographically, there's a big difference. DDAs are typically formed around a commercial business district.
By statute, they have to
By
be.
statute, correct? Now, an urban renewal authority boundaries will be the same as a municipality. However, those boundaries don't mean they're all subject to tax increment, okay? You can set up small plan areas within the boundaries of the urban renewal authority. So if you want geographical diversity, urban renewal authority.
So some places have like 14, Denver or Colorado Springs have maybe
Yeah.
14 different TIF areas
Within,
the city, because the city is the boundary. But a downtown development authority will just have one area, and that is your central business district.
And how much does
also-
how much does the word blight throw
oh,
people?
Catherine.
I was like, define blight.
Well,
So yeah, we'll get to
To
that
that,
right
yeah.
now. I did just wanna highlight, okay, and so urban renewal is meant to remediate blight. And in the statute, it actually says not to do economic development. But typically, anything that you're doing to remediate blight, whether that's filling vacant storefronts or, removing something that's dangerous or adding in new infrastructure, is probably gonna allow for more economic development, right? And then the DDA is meant to deter future blight. Now, I think when we talk about blight and the word blight, the fact that they put it in the statute makes it much harder for certain communities to do urban renewal.
It does, it just does.
And is it
and
because the
not
natural
DDAs.
reaction is my community's not blight?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right, and so we stress it by saying it's not blight on a specific property.
Right.
It is blighting conditions, and those conditions might mean incomplete sidewalks, right? Like that is a factor of blight. So,
Do you find challenges to these creations often by constituencies?
less so
Okay.
now.
One famous one in Loveland
Okay.
where they were trying to change this statute specific to one project. And so they actually got legislation on
But
the House
that wasn't
floor.
about blight.
Blight, no.
That was not about blight. I would say the
Oh, I
most
thought it was.
famous.
It was
the
one of the
Loveland-
blighting conditions about ag
No, in
land.
Loveland, there was this one random thing that we shouldn't get into because it's
No.
totally in the weeds.
Sorry.
But there was this
My fault.
one random thing where there were like something in the statute that said if you were in a previous urban renewal area and and you had one of these 4 conditions, you could be brought into a new urban renewal area, and that's, I think, what they were fighting on that one. But blight, so I would say there's been, for urban renewal, there's been maybe 4 giant topics that have come up over the years, and a lot of it is, I think, misinformation. But the word blight came about once in Wheat Ridge when they blighted a lake. But it wasn't like, I don't think it was a lake. I think it was a drainage pond, and it probably did have blighting factors. There was another one when Castle Pines tried to create urban renewal the first time because their community just had a big reaction to the word blight. But you actually do a conditions study. It's not a blight study, it's called a conditions study. And so there's, that hasn't come up as much, I would say, in recent years. Urban renewal also has eminent domain. Now, we did some research on that, and that's used less than 2% of the time. And that has also not come up as frequently in recent years. The ag land, and taking things that were ag land and bringing them into a TIF area and then finding blighting factors, that came up. And so there were a number of things that happened, but one of the differences between these 2 tools is with urban renewal, you now have to have your board, which can be your trustees or your council, or it can be appointed. But it also has to have a representative from the county, the school district, and 1 representative from other taxing entities. So you have to add that
And that's to
that
represent
board.
their interest as a taxing entity.
Mhm.
Correct.
And that's with urban renewal. That is not true of a downtown development authority. Also, when you're forming a TIF area, you have to have negotiations with all of the taxing entities for how much TIF. Typically, what we see is a lot of fire districts and school districts give some back. But the other ones usually, put their TIF in more frequently, I think. And I don't think that has hurt urban renewal. I think that has, in a lot of communities, it has created stronger partnerships and a greater understanding for how it works. Okay, so I'm gonna go fast, cause we
We've
already
covered a lot of that.
covered everything. Except it can go out into the county if it is contiguous. And recently, they did pass new legislation so that counties can also create something called a county revitalization authority that can also use TIF. So here we have, some of the things that would cause you to have that but-for argument, right? So if you have a project that might be a brownfield, that could be an old gas station, that could be a dry cleaner, that could be a building that had asbestos. It could be any of those items. It could be looking at affordable housing. Sometimes that won't pay for itself. You could put money into it. Infrastructure improvements, thinking about those mixed use developments because it's often harder to fund mixed use. And then thinking about your historic districts. Historic buildings often have a lot of but-for problems, especially if you want to maintain historic structures. Then we have some examples of communities. And so here we have our mountain communities, Dillon, Durango, Silverthorne, Steamboat, Vale, and Winter Park. All have urban renewal. And I don't think I need to go
No.
too much through that. You guys have it. But you do want to use it to jumpstart catalysts, as we talked about, remove blight, and create that additional revenue. One thing about the TIF is if you do include sales tax TIF, I often view that as a contribution from the municipality, right? So it's not that you're taking money from those other taxing entities because the increment is something that wouldn't exist but for this investment. And at the end of the 25 years, they get a huge windfall. But if you also include sales tax TIF, it is a direct contribution from you, you know? And I think that makes the whole thing much more palatable, and it gives you a little bit more to support that commercial district. I think we can skip over that. So unusual topography, inadequate public improvements, all of those are considered blighting factors. And so it's really not what you think of when you say the word blight.
So it is a broad enough definition to help.
Yeah, there's 11 blighting factors. We have to reach 4 or 7, I can't remember. 4. So you have to meet 4 of the 11.
All right.
We probably have about 5 more minutes.
Okay. Oof.
Yeah,
There we go.
so we've gone through this.
All right. We already talked about that
Yeah.
mostly. Okay. All right. And then the URA does, the council approves the plan, right? So the URA might identify a plan, they would implement a plan, but the council approves it. So there is some oversight. You also usually take it to planning commission, so it interfaces in that way. And this is really about formation, which is much more down the road. I will say, in addition to that condition survey / blight study, you also do impact reports. So you tell those other taxing entities what this might mean for them. All right, DDAs.
So, yeah, I'll be very quick. Again, these have been the more popular two, at least in my observation. I think that the downtown development authorities that I've worked with that are really successful are very deliberate and intentional about the boundaries that they draw. Some of my DDA clients have a lot of tax exempt property in their DDAs. Unless you plan to redevelop that tax exempt property, it doesn't really help you to include that property, right? Because it's not generating any taxes. My DDAs, a lot of DDAs, you kind of have to, there's a fork in the road in my opinion. You know, do you want to be a placemaking DDA, beautification, environment, or do you want to be a more capital player in helping with larger infrastructure projects? Great thing about DDAs is you can do either or both, depending on your resources, okay? Again, you have the mill levy option. Not a lot of my clients decide not to do that because for me, they don't think it's politically palpable. You do need bonding authorization. I would recommend going with bonding authorization. You may not use it, but it's great to have. So, and you want the ability to bond if there's a big enough, catalytic enough project. For whatever it's worth, only one of my 6 DDA clients is actually getting ready to borrow. So that TIF does take a long time to generate, and that's important. To note, next slide real quick.
Highlighting Western Slope and Mountain communities that have DDAs are Eagle, Fraser, Glenwood Springs, Grand Junction, Minturn, and Woodland Park.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I think the other appealing thing is you don't need blight determination or a condition study, and you don't need approval from other taxing jurisdictions. Again, key points here, you get 30 years to leverage the revenue source instead of 25. There are renewal options now under the statute. We have 3 DDAs that are over 40 years old.
Yeah, you can extend it for 15 years and you can continue to extend it in perpetuity. But when you extend it, you renegotiate your TIF and often share back. So most of those DDAs that have extended give back 50% of the TIF, and you have to reset the base when you do that.
Right. So quickly, for me, DDA governance is most effective when it's populated by business owners primarily, in my personal opinion. So the ones that are populated by business owners, the people that are truly invested in the boundaries which we're drawing seem to care the most about it, right? And they find themselves accountable to their voting colleagues and business members in the community. So yeah, for me, you should have a town liaison as well. And for me, business owners is the way to go for success with DDA goals.
Could you talk about the qualified electors for that? For DDA?
Oh,
The qualified electors are property owners.
own a property or be a business lessee within the boundaries for DDAs.
So not the whole town votes on it.
Right, so you have to draw new discrete boundaries and you have to send ballots only to those in those discrete boundaries.
Unless you're in Boulder. Just kidding. That's a DDA joke because that just didn't.
And so, yeah, I think these are the reasons why, quite honestly, DDAs are really attractive to communities. They're flexible. You can do placemaking environment, or you could do big capital projects like Denver's DDA.
Yeah.
So,
And so I think of urban renewal is much more like public led. And then a DDA is a little bit more in the middle of the road with
Yeah.
public private.
yep. And
Okay.
let's cover challenges super quick. We did
Okay.
just,
So I don't know what I did.
it's DDA
Okay.
formation, so Tabor, you have to go in November.
Mhm.
So that's the one thing there. And again, the plan of development is your governing document. Make it flexible and broad is my two
Yeah.
cents.
And so we wanted to talk just about some of the challenges that might be included with these. Feel free to cut us off.
Yep.
But with urban renewal, we kind of talked about it. A lot of it is this history and reputation. So it takes a little bit of re-education because I think that urban renewal really can be used to stem gentrification. I think you can use it to allow more people to have access to start a business, to own property. I think you can use it strategically to redevelop areas and allow the people who are in your community to be your investors. And I think that the language and maybe the history of thinking about, urban renewal, tearing down historic buildings is one of the biggest challenges. I will say that the tools are only effective as the policies and the things that you put in place as a community. And when urban renewal is used in that way, it was mainly because they had these policies that they were gonna tear down the buildings and they needed something to do it. So I think that is the biggest challenge there. Also negotiating with your other taxing entities. With DDAs, I think the language and the education, I think with any of these things, language and education is one of the biggest challenges. But with DDAs, I think it's really helping people understand what this tool can do and balancing, thinking about how you establish that partnership so that the DDA can really help move forward the goals of the community as an independent entity. It really is an entity that is there to help facilitate public-private partnership. It allows business owners to, they can have a vote, they can be involved, even if they don't live in town. Right? It allows those folks to have a little skin in the game and be a part of something where they might not be able to with everything else that's going on with the municipal government.
I don't have anything to add.
DDAs, another thing is if they don't have a mill levy, there's a few years where there's nothing coming in, right? And so you get all this momentum, you pass it with a vote, and then nothing.
Seed money is really important. Seed money.
So definitely planning seed money. There's even times where an urban renewal area is sunsetting and they, like in Lafayette, they gave $2 million to the future DDA for operations for 5 years. And that is to maintain improvements that the URA made over its 25 years for the next 30, right? So they play together well. Other questions or anything?
I appreciate your presentation tonight. I'm somewhat familiar with TIFs. Not with this community, but there's a lot there, obviously.
Yeah.
It's a valuable tool. It's
I
complex.
have a comment to follow up on that.
For future conversations among us, this is not really directed at you two, but or a question, but the things, and I really appreciated what you talked about with the 25-year period where sometimes people don't want to look forward 25 years, even though they'll get a windfall, they don't want to make that calculation right now, right? I would say a couple of things that come, just something that I'm interested in talking about if we move forward with further discussions is I find that TIFs can often be a little optimistic about future
Yeah,
property
yeah.
value. They, property values usually in mountain communities don't have an issue
Right.
going up, right? But that is something that can happen. And the whole but for, I always love that too, the but for, we're not saying but for, and uncertainty of blight. I think sometimes it's really something to contemplate how that can be stretched sometimes, because remember, we're dealing with a public-private, in the DDA, relationship. Developers are very familiar with TIFs. Very familiar with TIFs. And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just something that has to really be considered. They're very familiar with that tool also. And there's a whole much more I'm sure we could all talk about. Those are just things that came up in my mind. But thank you for the presentation. It was thorough, and I learned a lot from it.
I'm glad. Bless you.
Rick?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. I just think if we're gonna continue this conversation, really talking to our external stakeholders in the form of the other taxing entities, as an example, the school district and the sanitation district. And what unintended consequences and or undiscussed results have on their budget due to us having these TIFs in place.
School districts do get backfilled from tax increment, so that should be less of a conversation for the school districts because they're made whole through the state. Sanitation districts and fire districts are the other ones that I typically have the biggest, I'll say, animated conversations with. But I like to stick to facts and information in those conversations, so I've had success with them negotiating.
And those are the ones that often give less of the TIF.
Yes.
Because they might have, more buildings to monitor. However, if those buildings are new and now have sprinklers, then it might be less work for them. So the impacts reports kind of get into that. And we have had some communities where we did research and we looked at the turnaround. If you look back at that chart where we had the TIF, which I can't work
You pushed the button too many times.
I did it, I broke it. But on that chart, you're getting 11 million instead of 6 million. And the payback over 25 years was better than you would have gotten in a 401k, right? So those tax entities are also investing their money and they do get a payback after 25 years that is pretty significant. And they get to keep it forever, not with the DDA, but with the viewer.
I've seen good relationships form between urban renewal and school districts when urban renewal is helping bring more students into a community, because there's their funding mechanism, right? That's what they care about, so.
Right, like housing, where people can live, that sort of thing. So if you are interested in more, we have tons, these are just a few events that are coming right up, that are all TIF focused. I would say, in addition to the Revive and Thrive, we do have a really cool thing called Global Trends for Downtowns, and it's going to be looking at what we're seeing across the world in terms of our communities, and I think all of our leaders should see that presentation because it's going to be pretty eye-opening in a lot of ways. But the Metro Mobile Tour, you can go and tour some of these projects and meet people who run these organizations. It's a fun day on September 10th. We'll be doing that. So And then with your membership, if you all want to be added into the membership so that you can have your own password and you can go into the resource library, you can just send the names and emails and we can get you all entered and then you can create your own password and go at it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys, that was
Appreciate it.
informative.
Appreciate it.
Katie?
I don't, I mean, I think.
Hey Katie?
Yeah.
How quickly
Can you make it 2 seconds?
could you go through your points?
Really quick, cause I really was just giving an overview of why we're doing what we're doing, not giving you what we're doing. So whatever.
Let's do that.
Okay.
And we'll eat dinner quickly.
And that's good because if you ask me questions on the state law, I told Thad earlier, I need his help. And I don't wanna put him on the spot either, so less questions the better, or give them to me and I'll take them back to research instead of taking time.
Now you go. It's running low.
Yes, I know, here.
Hey, you take the rest.
Hey, thanks so much for setting this up. Sorry, I'll need some.
Thank you.
We don't want a dehydrated chair.
Okay, who are we missing? Should we wait for him?
Yeah.
Diane.
Dinner's on if y'all are.
We're gonna do one more topic.
Very, very quickly.
Sorry, Katie.
Oh, don't apologize. I was kind of a filler for the meeting anyway, so I don't mind. Here he comes.
Okay, thanks, Katie. She's
Yes.
gonna do a quick review of the landscaping and revegetation requirement code.
Yes, so all I actually wanted to do tonight was let you know why you're gonna see changes coming up and kind of let you know some of the direction that planning commission gave us. So kind of the reasoning behind it and then a few things that you were aware of. And then if you have questions, I will take them and answer them and not like research the answers because I probably don't know them off my head. And then I will come back with answers along with the actual code changes to talk about at a later date. So basically, this all started back with a Senate bill in 2024 and then a House bill in 2025. And those I'm gonna get into, but basically limited turf. Now, a lot of us, when we originally thought of turf, we look back to as we were a kid and turf was fake grass. So turf, per definitions we're talking about, and I'll have these, is you're picturing real grass and not that fake stuff you used to play on when you went to the turf field to play a game. So when I say
Grass
turf.
versus astroturf.
Correct,
Okay.
thank you, yes, so pictured grass, non-native, because we don't really have great grass that grows here. So the bills came into play to limit how much communities could allow grass to reduce, the reason is to help reduce water. While we have these requirements that we have to implement into our code by this, and that is required by the state, we also wanted to take a look at knowing the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code we adopted, and they have very strict requirements, as you know, for defensible space, such as the distance from the structure index, things like that. We wanted to think about, should we also be changing our landscape regulations to be more wildfire resilient, even if certain things don't apply in fire code? And then we also just have kind of we do have an out-of-date landscaping. It's kind of always annoyed us planners that we've always wanted to make it a little bit better, easier to read, more common sense for owners. So we, instead of just doing the quick way and putting in little definitions per state, we are trying to do an overhaul of all of it, and it turned into just finding a lot of connections in the code and things and taking longer than we expected. So just remember, as you think about landscape regs, They are to manage environmental risks and also maintain community character, and they do have a lot of positives. So do we as a town wanna just say, well, we wanna just not even allow trees and shrubs because that would be great for wildfire and prevention and drought? Well, no, we obviously do want trees for all of the benefits that they provide our community, both environmental and for the character. So what we're trying to do is find that balance. So definitions, this is from the state. What we'll put into the code is turf, meaning that non-native grasses or grasses that have not been hybridized for arid conditions. So when I say turf, just wanted to make sure everyone understands that. Then we can get into functional turf, also defined in the code. We can allow, the elementary school is in the town of Frisco. If they wanna put in a grass field, we can allow it through functional turf definitions and requirements through the state and allowances. And then there's also non-functional turf, all required for us by the state. That one is more what we can put in for our right-of-ways, medians, things like that. So it doesn't mean we have to, but different bills that have been adopted have taken into effect these considerations for communities. So all of these will go into our landscaping regs. So the reason they did it was to reduce outdoor water demands. And then, I'm gonna skip ahead really fast. Then they came in 25 and they basically was to expand the requirements of 2024. This is when they added those extra definitions. And the prior Senate bill in 2024 did not include residential. And so now they brought in a requirement we have to require these, the restrictions on multifamily developments with more than 12 units. And then it also requires communities to adopt standards that prohibit that non-functional artificial turf. So this is also just something to keep in mind. This is our wildfire resiliency code map. Anyone in the community can pull them up. There's a bunch of sources, but this is more the official one. What's interesting is that most of Frisco is not in an actual area that needs to follow a lot of that state code, we believe. We have FAD diving into this for us, because the fire district and town staff have slightly different opinions because it's just the code language and trying to interpret it. So we're gonna get more legal answers that we'll clarify in our landscape regs. The reason this is important is because as we write our landscape regs, do we wanna require 5 feet around every structure to have no trees? Even if we're not required to have that requirement. So do we want to allow trees and shrubs if you're in that mid part of town? Or do we want to say no and just follow it for all of town? So those are things you're gonna hear in upcoming discussions. This is just giving you an overview of what that wildfire code that you adopted, when you adopted all the building codes and everything else. When you are in a certain zones, the WUI, the wildfire urban interface, this is what you have to write. This is what the fire district is requiring all developments to do, including, for example, a deck or an addition or obviously a new house. So we are hearing a lot of complaints from the community right now about delays that they're having and trying to figure out how to comply. And that's where we really want to make sure our own local regulations are meeting our goals, but also hopefully becoming more consistent with what Summit Fire is promoting. Not going over the draft landscaping regulations, not even due to time, I just wasn't gonna do that tonight. I wanted to highlight for you, it is in your packet, if you wanna start looking at it. You can see different questions and thoughts we put in as staff, just to kind of see our thinking as kind of a mid-language process. And then I'm just gonna wrap up here with general direction from Planning Commission. We asked them a bunch of questions, we put them on the spot to see what they thought about where we should go with the community. So where we're going with drafting the regulations right now on some questions we had is going with what they directed us, and then we'll be talking to you also in potentially a joint work session, especially if you have maybe different ideas for the community. But we have a lot of application requirements right now for removing dead trees or just to do landscaping in your property. And Planning Commission agreed with staff's idea that we take out some of those application requirements And basically, as long as we have really clear definitions and we have an enforcement method, if a neighbor calls to say somebody removed trees and they don't have any trees left and they're required to, then maybe we had support from the planning commission to remove all the applications for tree removal that we have right now. So this would be a customer-friendly, streamlining approach that we would like to take as staff. Also, right now, when people are doing additions and remodels, primarily additions, we maybe require too many trees than people think we should. Planning commission emphasized we really have to look, and staff agrees, what is our minimum for a property based on a house, a dwelling unit, a size, what we decide on? And then what is how many trees should you have? And if you're building an addition and you're gonna have more trees than you need, then why are we requiring more trees? Should we require more trees? Things like that. So those are topics we ask them for feedback on. We are changing our tree and shrub counts to be a little bit more flexible for people. These are actually residential or stolen from Silverthorne. I really kind of like that you could do less trees and more shrubs, or you can do more trees and less shrub. So a little more flexibility of options, and I think that helps with different property sizes that we have in town. The other one to think about and just have in your head for future discussions is that right now on Main Street and Summit Boulevard, you can replace your tree and shrub counts to an extent with planter boxes and benches, things like that. We asked Planning Commission if they thought we should require those alternatives in more parts of town. That would be better for water conservation and fire prevention. However, it would lose that community aesthetic appeal potentially of having the environmental benefits of shade and things like that. Planning Commission recommended we keep it exactly as it is, so only those alternatives on Summit Boulevard and Main Street. So things to think about for you as we move forward on these discussions, just to have in your head that you might have different comments on or support. And we're talking about lot coverage a little bit, because if you have to clear 5 feet from around your property, what should be exempt and what not, and the Planning Commission supports requiring the trees and shrubs. They find it important enough that basically someone might just have to reduce their building footprint if they're building a new house, or if they want to put on a new big deck, well, maybe they can't put on a new big deck if they don't have room, and we shouldn't allow exceptions for just to reduce their trees and reduce their lot coverage requirements, because maybe they should just reduce their actual building footprint to keep the aesthetics and wildfire prevention. So that's kind of there was also, I should say, a lot of different Planning Commission thoughts, and it was a really great conversation with them that I gave you a very, very abbreviated, and a lot of their direction was, make sure you note that we had some differing opinions. So I do want to throw that out there. That's all I had for you. Just kind of intro into what we're doing and why we're doing it, and also why it's taking so long. Did you know we define and talk about turf in the cemetery part of the town code? So we even have to go relook at that.
To the xeriscaping,
Yes.
do we currently, I know I've looked at this for Peak One years ago. I can't, there isn't an actual definition of it, is that right?
We're gonna make it better.
Okay.
There's a lot of confusion over xeriscaping and xeriscaping
Yeah.
and kind of what is. We also, Summit County we have a plant list of native plant trees and shrubs we allow. We're adding like a drought resistant column and kind of a xeriscaping rating, and that will help people. So we need to make it better.
And then I do kind of vaguely recall, and I could be totally wrong on this, like if you wanted to put like crushed stone in, that would count as like impermeable space, is that right?
We've had a lot of questions on this. I'll bring that one up at
Okay.
another meeting.
Okay.
Emma's my go-to, and I won't put her on the
Alright.
spot right now. This has stemmed a lot of internal debates among staff of us
Okay.
having to understand this question.
Okay,
ourselves.
okay.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna off my head try to remember.
Thanks, Katie.
Yeah, hope
Looking
that was
forward to
alright,
it.
kinda quick, hopefully
Thank
a
you,
time.
Katie.
No, it was great. Thank you
Okay.
so
Thank you.
much.
Yep, of course, thank you.
Hey, we're gonna break for dinner.
Efficiently
We'll
run.
Come back at
Very, it's good, no question.
I know, because I was reading all that today, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah,
It's like the herb and
it's-
the tree.
You know what?
Yeah.
I gotta read
Probably
it.
sounds like-
Like if I go to the
I tried to read it too
grocery
quick, you know,
or
like,
when
this
Yeah.
needs a lot more attention.
It does, and we've
I
gone
think
through like
I
4 rewrites
realized
in our office, and every time we have one, there's, like, Nico has been heavily involved to make sure we're looking at sustainable water conservation.
Test, 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 test.
Test back at ya. Check 1, 2.
But they're like that too. They like
Rick,
people.
do you want to do a Rick, would you like to do a sound check?
Start.
Yeah, how about now?
I'll let you know if you.
You're great, loud and clear. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I'll step into the lobby, school. Yeah.
Are we feeling good about where we're at?
In general.
Well, we're gonna keep it real surface level.
In that case.
I am gonna call my counselor in a few, no.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you are on mic and recording.
Okay, I think we could start. It's 7:09. It's time to start the regular meeting for Frisco Town Council. Stacy, could we get a roll call?
Deputy Clerk Anna is going to call this meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Deputy Clerk Anna, may we please have a roll call?
Sure. Alan?
Here.
Held is absent. Skipjack Adrian?
Here.
Inkin?
Here.
Goldstein?
Here.
Kibbe?
Here.
And Hirsch?
Here.
All right, thank you. Now we will open the floor for public comment. This public comment time is reserved for items that do not have a public hearing later on the agenda. If you plan to comment on an item that appears later on tonight's agenda, please wait until that item is announced and public comment is requested at that time. State your name and address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council actions taken on public comments at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if a council and/or staff response is deemed necessary or appropriate, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended to sign in at the welcome table at each meeting if providing in-person public comment, and include contact information for follow-up. Any public comment in chambers? Any public comment online?
Not seeing any.
All right, we'll close public comment and move on to council comments. Council comments?
I've said it a couple times today, just want to say AV, new AV system's awesome. I've had 3 different constituents reach out to me with comments on that. I think I told Tom about that, and hearing Rick come in so clear, just what a difference, how nice is that, so.
Yeah, that's pretty great. Okay, we will close mayor and council comments and move on to staff updates.
So the only thing I have this evening is just to publicly announce that the settlement agreement with MW Golden that you executed
a few meetings ago, has been fully executed, and so that is settled.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Thad. All right, we'll close staff updates and move on to the consent agenda. Are there any amendments to tonight's meeting agenda?
You looking for approval of the consent agenda? Is that what you?
Well, are there any changes to the consent agenda? Or are we gonna move forward as it is?
I would like to pull out the cat loader out of the consent agenda so we can have a discussion about equipment that the town owns and what we really need. And I'm not sure if this is the proper time to do that
It
for the
is.
consent agenda, so.
It is, just make a motion to that effect.
I would make a motion to pull the CAT 930M out of the consent agenda for right now.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second Kibby's motion. I understand why he's asking. And I think I don't have a problem with a little further discussion on it.
Okay, so we have, I guess, a first and a second. So we should do a vote and must receive a majority. Roll call affirmative vote to move or amend this agenda. Deputy Clerk Anna?
Incan,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Goldstein,
Yes.
Held is absent, Hirsch,
Yes.
and Skipjack Adrian.
Yes. All right.
So that will appear as the second
agenda
new
item
business item.
So now you're left with the remainder of the consent agenda.
Okay.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, on your script, I agendized it as agenda item number 1. So if that's our town attorney's
Oh.
direction to make it item number 2, just note that in your script. I just
Okay.
wanted to point that out.
Okay, so we remove the item, we place it on new business portion of tonight's agenda. For the remaining items on the consent agenda, we need a motion and a second to approve.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move we approve the modified consent agenda.
Second.
Call the question, please.
Skipjack Adrian,
Yes?
Incan,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Goldstein,
Yes.
Held is absent, and Hirsch.
Yes.
Okay, consent agenda passes. We're gonna move on to new business. Checking in on the agenda items.
So agenda item number 1 remains number 1. So
Okay.
consideration possible approval of resolution 2623.
23. All right.
Would you like me to read that into the record for you?
Oh, I had to switch my
Yeah.
script.
So this is going to be resolution 26-23, consideration and possible approval, a resolution approving a revocable license and right of entry agreement for utility thermal energy network test bore, RE Town Hall property, 1 Main Street, Frisco, Colorado.
Okay, we will open a public hearing, turn it over to Josh Southworth from Public Works Director.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Mayor, and Council. This item is consideration of Resolution 26-23. This is an agreement is intentionally limited in scope. It provides Excel and its contractors temporary revocable access to a defined portion of the town hall property to conduct the investigative work necessary for the test bore, including drilling a geothermal test well of up to 1,000 feet and completing thermal conductivity testing. Importantly, approval tonight does not authorize construction of the permanent U10 system, permanent bore fields, distribution piping, vaults, or any long-term use of town property or rights of way. Any of those activities would require future agreements and additional town approval. From an operational standpoint, Excel is currently planning to begin the test around August 24th. The work is anticipated to take approximately 13 working days. Work will occur during our regular construction hours with no work planned on weekends or holidays. The drilling is planned to take place in the town hall parking lot. We have an internal parking plan to remedy that while that is ongoing. Excel will be required to coordinate its work with the town, maintain safe access to town hall, protect existing utilities and improvements, and minimize impacts to normal town operations. And as part of the outreach work, the project team is also planning to distribute door hangers to the surrounding HOAs so that nearby residents, property managers, and their guests are aware of the activity, expected duration, and potential impacts before drilling begins. Finally, Excel is responsible for all costs associated with the test, including drilling, permitting, site control, cleanup, repairs, closure of the bore if required, and restoration of the affected area. The town is not being asked to make a capital contribution. Staff recommends approval and stand by for any questions.
Any questions, comments?
Are they doing enough damage? They're just, the core, they're just probably gonna just seal that. They're not gonna pave the whole parking lot after.
No, after the test board is gonna give them the data to go, and then, yeah, depending on how that, 6 inch in diameter is how it'll be, up to 1,000 feet, but that's kind of the purpose of the test drill, is to see the impacts of that.
13 days.
For site setup, not 13 days of actual drilling, I don't anticipate, but yeah, that's some of the things that they're gonna have to determine as part of this test process.
I was thinking 13 days drilling.
It'll be
Josh,
set up and tear down with that as well.
I guess 2 questions. The drilling rig, is it like similar to like a well drilling? Like a water well?
Yeah, it's a large, I don't have a
As
picture
opposed to
here.
like an oil and gas drilling rig?
Yes, it's their trucks that have a large kind of, upper implement that then drills in. And we also have Sarah Emmons on from Excel too, if you want to chime in for any answers to these questions as well, Sarah, please.
And then just related questions, do we have an estimate on just decibel sounds that are gonna be emanating from that?
I was told from our consultant that it is about the noise of a large engine truck. It's not, they didn't give me a specific decibel, but that it's equivalent to a large engine truck. I will clarify that that's specifically for the drilling, and the drilling is estimated to take about 1 to 2 days to get to 500 feet, and then approximately another 1 to 2 days to get to 800 feet. I don't think they're planning to go beyond 800 feet. So we're looking at approximately 1 to 4 days for the actual drilling portion. Again, that will only take place between the business hours, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is what was communicated to us. 5 of those 13 days that Josh communicated are actually going to be waiting days for the actual material to thermally stabilize inside of the borehole. So there won't be any construction activities or noise or anything of that sort occurring during those 5 days. 48 hours is going to be a continuous thermal conductivity test where there will be a generator and a pump running for a full 48-hour time frame, which we can certainly plan specifically which days would make sense to do that during.
Okay, let's open this up to public comment. Is there any public comment in chambers? Any public comment online? All right, we'll close public comment and go back to council discussion, questions. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make one, I just want to make one comment. I know this is a rushed to get this together for this, so I just want to send my appreciation to town staff for getting this done so quickly and working with Excel. I think this is a very exciting project for the town of Frisco. Thank you.
Entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 2623.
Second.
May we please call the question?
Councilmember Held is absent. Hirsch?
Yes.
Skipjack Adrian?
Yes.
Inken?
Yes.
Allen?
Yes.
Kibbe?
Yes.
And Goldstein?
Yes. Thank you, Anna. All right, let's move on to agenda item number 2, which is the item we pulled from consent, the consideration and possible let me start over. Consideration and possible approval of resolution 26-22. A resolution authorizing the purchase of a Cat 930 wheel loader. Let's open this up to Josh again from Public Works.
Sure. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Mayor, Council, this item is consideration of Resolution 26-22, authorizing the purchase of a Cat 930 wheel loader. This is part of the scheduled replacement of an existing fleet asset, not an expansion of the town's fleet. That original plan was to have the 930 loader that we are currently replacing this year move over to rec for some of their operations, but we have decided to just do the replacement of this one. So recapitalizing the cost or the value of that machine and having a little more reduced cost. So that was a $116,500 replacement for the total purchase price after that trade of $200,382.59. It's made through the Coordinated Government Purchasing Agreement through Sourcewell. The Cat 930 is one of our primary pieces of year-round heavy equipment and is configured specifically for snow removal and public works operations. It has a 3.5 cubic yard bucket, 12-foot multi-directional folding V plow, cold weather package, object detection, and rear view cameras. With the key thing for us is the 7-year, 6,000 hour warranty. So we recapitalized those pieces of equipment prior to that hitting that 7-year replacement. Just because of the warranty, our maintenance capacity up here, we don't really have, without more investment in our maintenance capacity, we really wouldn't be able to do that effectively of extending the life cycle of those vehicles. I know equipment costs, and I share these as well, our operational costs to try to bring those down. Our current focus is around looking at some of the different CDL type of equipment that we have. So some of the snow plows, dump haul bodies, and the sweeper to maybe reduce those operational things. For instance, just doing a little bit of research, a CDL vehicle operates around $80 to $90 an hour, where a smaller version one that we think we could fit with town operations is around $40 an hour. So that's more of the move of where we're trying to look for cost savings in the future, as well as Public Works and Finance are also looking at a different light duty fleet model. We're still kind of pursuing those things as well. So just want to talk about a couple of the different efforts that we have ongoing. So understanding that we're trying to reduce operational costs across the board. I just don't think extending the life of these specific pieces of equipment is the best way to go about that.
Let's open this up to public comment in chambers or online. Okay, we'll close public comment and come back to council for a conversation or discussion.
I got a couple things, Josh. Is it coming with a brand new V plow and all that, or we're just using the V plows that we have and stuff? And
Or there's some those implements that I mentioned, so it comes with those implements, and then we'll also transition our older ones out as well as part of that other package. So that was included in the $116,000 that we're getting back for that other loader.
And how many 930s do we have?
We have one 930 and three 938s.
And 938's bigger? Or
It's a little bit bigger.
It's a little bigger.
Yeah, so that the 930 is primarily operated by the grounds division, and the 938s are kind of multi-use across divisions.
So the 938s are for plowing and stuff like this.
They all
mostly, but
they
the
all
ni-
kind of do kind of similar things, to
Yeah.
be honest. It's just the 930 is a little bit smaller of an engine.
Mhm. So, how many miles is it? How many hours does that have on it?
1905. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I can actually I could look it up.
And
real
it's
quick.
used, you don't have to, it's used in the winter, and then grounds uses that one.
For maintenance projects through the summer as well. Like I would say our most year-round use are the loaders. That's the one that the primary fleet that we use the most. Where the dump body, some of those other CDL, pieces of equipment like the hook arm Peterbilts that we have, the ones that do primarily the plowing and sanding, they're mostly used in the wintertime primarily. There's a couple of items that we use them in the summer for, really to transition, that put the A-arm on it so we can get up and transition the banner out on 9. That's really kind of the primary summer use for that type of equipment. So I really think we could probably capture and reduce that fleet a little bit and, you know, save some operational costs with some of our CDL things. But I also am very concerned about level of service and not wanting to impact that. So we wanted to do kind of demo some of those different pieces of equipment this winter before making any recommendations or decisions going forward with that.
Do we need 4 payloaders?
I think so. It's for a heavy duty Main Street. We've had these conversations, and I just didn't get to. I personally got to work like 3 snow shifts this summer, just lack of snow, right? So I personally didn't get to see, you know, like a full kind of cycle and all that, all those other things. But it's when we get a good snow, it is really 3 on Main Street to kind of, you know, or the core area to get that cleared, and then there's another one working doing pushback or other types of things kind of throughout the day. But 3, I think, is really to get us to that level, you know, kind of having a clear Main Street by, you know, 8, 10 o'clock in the morning is kind of what we're shooting for there.
And the reason why I ask is, you know, I'd like to know the inventory of what kind of equipment we have, and, you know, because we look at trade-ins, like, you know, you say, hey, we're trading in, but then all of a sudden we make a decision to move it over to Parks and Recreation, you know, things like that. And what brings me up is the sidewalk machines that we have. Sure. You know, we just got a lot of them. We're going to sell one. We don't sell it because we need a backup, because they break a lot, because they're fussy machines, you know. And you know, I did see that the cat out there that you guys were trying, you know, I guess you
baby cat.
Yeah, and I thought it was we bought another one, you know. You know, then I just see like a lot of the track, you know, we have 2 track machines. The PRA has one out there, the JCB, one arm one, and then we have one for the streets, the red one for the streets, you know. And, you know, how many of these pieces, you know, moving parts do we have? You know, how many do we really need? And how can we cut it down? You know, I have the same thing with Tom with the police vehicles. You know, we got 10 of them sitting out there, and we're outfitting police vehicles, and then the police are taking them home, but then they come back and they hop in the Dodge. You know, they're not using that vehicle that they went home with, that they told us that it's better for us to have the equipment in there than when we come back here, we don't have to change out the equipment, you know, but they're doing that. You know, so, you know, how can we get our fleet down for less maintenance, less cost, you know, and like you said, going to a smaller machine or something, but how can we, you know, get an inventory and see really what do we need and what don't we need? You know, we end up with a lot of stuff, I think, hanging out, and it's costing us money. We're not selling it. And, you know, so that's what I would like to see, and I haven't seen it yet, you know, and that's what your strong thing is, you know, knowing equipment and what actually we do need and don't need, you know, instead of rubber stamping everything every time something comes up, rubber stamping it, we're rubber stamping it because it's the 7 years, you know.
No, and we're trying to look at this different types of ways. For this year, on the original plan, there was 2 snow blowing pieces of equipment for over $275,000 for the Snogo and the Zog were both set there. Some of those are the Snogo's over 20 years old at this point, so already outside of life cycle warranty. We're not going to recapture that much, but it's running great. So we're going to continue to extend that, and our maintenance operators have the ability to kind of repair that. The thing that we start looking into with the loaders, it's their subscription-based models on some of that. The diagnostic tools start getting very expensive, and then it's very technical types of things. So we're trying to avoid some of those charges of bringing maintenance service techs up from Denver or wherever the case, you know, to kind of fit in with those pieces of equipment. So that's, you know, trying to have a replacement cycle methodology that's not just a broad year on one, but a little bit more targeted look is what we're trying to go for, as well as making sure we're not impacting level of service out to the town, but still kind of bringing some of those costs down as well by changing some of the equipment.
And that's kind of what I look at, you know, it's, you know, 1 more year or 2 more year, you know, it's already at $110,000 that we're getting for it, you know, for a 7-year-old machine, you know. You know, if we hold on to it for 1 more year, 2 more years, what are we down to, like 95,000? You know?
Sure, but
you know, but I know, you know, that the turbo could go out and this and that could go out, you know.
but what is the, how much maintenance has that machine had? Is it a problem machine? Was it has it been good? If it's been a good machine and running great, I hate to just get rid of it just because it's up and, we lost 200,000, not lost 200,000, but, it's costing us 200,
Right. I would say the second we crack into that next kind of life cycle of that piece of equipment, that's when some of those larger services start coming up that we don't have, even if it is an unscheduled repair or like just a regular preventive service, we're going to have a challenge just completing some of those larger major assembly services that are going to be needed after that next push. So that's kind of why I think the model with this case, with these loaders, really makes the most sense of trying to do it at the 7-year, just in terms of our maintenance capacity. But definitely a close, continuing to look at that and pushing it forward. I'll just offer the last one we did, the 938, that was 1906. Just prior to that happening, just prior to the transfer, there was a $28,000 repair that came under, that was under warranty, so covered. And brought a tech up and all those other things, we would have been on the hook for that, had that occurred a few months later, type of thing. And had we tried to extend the life of that vehicle. So not only the loss of value, but just our ability then to, complete those repairs and the preventative services as well.
And that's why I look at too, the turbo goes out or something goes out, that we have it, we put the money into it, and then it comes up and we're getting rid of it. Once you put that major money into it, how would you determine if we keep it a couple more years? Now we just did that big maintenance right before we were getting rid of it. It doesn't make sense of getting rid of that piece of equipment when we just did the major thing on it, major haul on the turbo or what, engine replacement or.
Well, but the difference is that that's the warranty cost, not the
Yeah.
town's cost.
Yeah.
To make that major repair.
No, but we must have had some repairs that we had to do that weren't under.
We do
yeah.
preventative maintenance on these
And
equipment.
repairs, some we have some capability to do, and we definitely try to do that, but obviously want to lean on the warranty. We'll say we have done that with our light duty fleet. There was Rec had a Ram that needed a big transmission repair. It was set for life cycle replacement, and then the transmission, got a transmission repair in, and now we're extending it a couple extra years. After it was supposed to be replaced this year, we're looking at 28 to possibly do that now. So we're adjusting some of the vehicle equipment schedule as part of our capital plan too, and looking forward to that discussion when we show you some of the things within the capital plan. And there's still some staff work being done on some of these other aspects as well, of just, maybe a change to our model of the light duty fleet that could help us recapitalize some more of that money back. So actually kind of maybe replacing things a little bit more often, but in a different way. And then maybe a transition to some of the CDL equipment that, we could probably have a smaller piece of equipment that's not reliant on air brakes. That's the main thing. It's, air brakes are expensive, and those vehicles around those systems, and the maintenance costs essentially double, when you're in terms of a regular, smaller type of vehicle, if you will.
Well, I appreciate the conversation on that.
Yeah.
I just had another thing on here with the delivery thing, $1,000 for delivery and $814.61 for preventive maintenance. What's the $814 for preventive maintenance that they give us?
I think it's that initial service and kind of,
Because that doesn't cover much, $800.
no, it's just that the initial service, probably top it off, and, those types of things associated with it.
Yep.
I can pull the actual, same with delivery of bringing it up here. That's kind of the standard within the Sourcewell model too, that we've kind of been executing with.
So before they sell it to us, they check to make sure the oil's right and everything levels are full.
They'll check, so their rep came up and checked our current 1905, the loader that we're looking to transition here, and that's, after that check, then that's where they landed on that price, and Cutler did a lot of that negotiating back and forth.
And I know it's easier to trade it in, and stuff, and not sell it, and what do you think it's, on the private market, are we getting a good deal, or, should we sell these equipment by ourselves, or, auctions? I know the auctions, I bought auction stuff, what's the best way to get the most that we can get back from our used equipment that is, you know, that a lot of construction companies would love to have and this and that. Are we getting a, you know, I know Wagner, they're gonna go through it and fix it and then sell it, you know, do we really think we're getting, you know, that great value for that? Or could we get more from doing something else instead of just trading them in all the time, or what do you?
Yeah, I mean, possibly, and I'll be totally honest, I don't have a lot of experience in this space. We're trying to follow just our current procurement code around that and having it publicly available, or in terms of these transfers of having, you know, through the Sourcewell type of contracting vehicle that we're able to use to kind of leverage that. That's how we've typically gone about it, but there are probably, you know, there are other areas that we could investigate for sure.
Well, you know, Dan, I think a lot of times you would utilize a broker service.
What's that?
You would utilize a broker service if you weren't going to go through them.
Yeah.
And because, you know, one thing I don't think we would want to do is have town staff
No, selling
them on the open market, right? It wouldn't be worth their time. It's a 9:30 AM, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I'll say, it's a 2026 we're buying or 2025?
2026.
26.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, sorry, I
Lost
didn't have the
internet
sales
for
agreement
some
sitting here.
reason. One thing I can say too, so I approve of this purchase, and I have something to say about about Dan's comments. But the reason I approve for this purchase is everything Dan's saying. I think is 100% correct in that. Well, I'll get to that in a second. I'm sure there are new safety features on these every 7 years, something like that, and you're definitely going to see better safety features. I think you even mentioned
cameras.
Object detection. There's object detection on this one. We went back and forth for a long time on whether or not to include those, and it was for, I think, not that additional $1,000 maybe. It was almost more expensive to remove those types of things.
Yeah, because I think when you're looking at the risk window, that's something to take into account too when we're looking at a new vehicle. So I would say these discussions come forward again, be ready maybe to talk to some of those improvements that this is going to bring staff and maybe efficiency also. But to Dan's point, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure I'm reading you don't really have a problem with this piece of machinery.
Oh, no.
It's more of the idea of, can we start to really look at what we have in inventory, you know, maybe even get on a rotating basis. I don't think it would need to be every year, but a real audit of what we have every 3 years, every 4, or something like that, to where the town staff and the council truly understand what we have at any given time. Is that kind of what your view is?
Kind of what it is what do we have, you know? And I just see him, you know, because I like equipment, you know, and so I notice them and the brands like the JCB over there with the one arm, you know, the first time I've seen that, you know. So, and just like does, you know, like the PRA need their own one, and then the street cleaner needs their own one, or in the wintertime, the one that we use on the sidewalks, the red Bobcat or whatever it is, Kubota, you know, that can go over to the PRA in the summertime, you know, and that we're using them different places, not just to help once in a while, but that is in the wintertime it's used for this, and in the summertime it goes over there, you know. And then whether it's, you know, feasible to rent some equipment once in a while when we only use it for a little bit, you know. I'm not, you know, I'm looking at you for the answers, you know. But just because, you know, just keeps on, you know, it keeps on going. We got the grader, you know, we talked about that. And, you know, I know that must be coming up and stuff, and you know, I hear that we're not doing it, but you know, what we're gonna sell it for, and what we need and what we don't. You know, what can we rent? What can we rent? What can we have to buy? Definitely buy. You know, so.
I agree with Dan on that.
you know,
a constant revision of looking at our operations, which I know you do, and really looking at where we could find efficiencies when they're safe and practical, right? If they're not safe, we don't want it, you know, we want things to be safe, efficient, and practical. And yeah, I mean, again, I kind of like Dan, I look to you for that information too. And so I get your points, Dan, and I see them.
I feel like this replacement schedule is built into the capital plan, right? So it's all part of this big budget picture.
It is.
So that might be another opportunity to, dig in there, when we get to the,
Well, as things are getting tighter and tighter, budget getting tighter and tighter, and we're looking at places where we can save money and what we can do, and just not the wish list of, I'd love to have that,
Yeah.
I need it, but I'm only gonna use it for once in a while,
yeah, I mean, I'm in the spot where, I trust you to make the best decisions, and it's good to have you here to, put a magnifying glass on things. But I'm gonna hold out for that budget conversation or the capital plan.
And the other thing, and I know Tom's back there, I can see his head there. But the police vehicles, if we're getting vehicles for people to drive home, do we look at, hybrids or not a police car that we're modifying out, for a police vehicle? And, what's the cheaper vehicle to go back and forth home, or hybrid, or what, instead of, a redone police vehicle, that has a lot of equipment in it, and outfitting that car. And I know we're using the old ones, but, just things like that we can look at and try to save ourselves some money and tighten things up and open up parking spaces, I think, places too. Thanks.
Just gonna make a couple comments. Dan, I just want to say thank you for asking hard questions, and I think needed questions, and a lot of questions that people ask me about. I think, not to pick on Tom and the police vehicles, but they're very visible, and constituents are always talking to me, asking how many we need, and then getting the answers from you guys. I appreciate you guys doing your homework and understanding it. This seems like a core vehicle we need for the town. I definitely approve this. I got the opportunity to walk through the shop with Josh and kind of walk me through with 930 versus 938 and understanding the specialty. And I think we have heard all these stories of how large equipment now is very specialized, and what is it? The right to fix, right to repair. Excuse me. Thank you. It's become a big movement, and it's very difficult to fix these. So I do support this, and just want to say thank you, Dan, for kind of breaking this down a little bit more.
Dan, would you be interested in buying a 2019 930? For a very good deal. Drive it all around
Just need
town.
it for a couple
That's
days
your
to
daily
drive.
driver.
You can, but it has to be on town business.
We'll do some training coming up here. Please come on down. We'll make sure to invite you. Yeah.
No, thanks, Josh. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Okay, any further
Resolution to
discussion?
approve it?
Want to make a motion?
Maybe somebody else should. I don't want to put him through to be the first one to approve it.
My internet isn't working, so I don't have my agenda up anymore, so I need someone else. I don't, give me the agenda number.
22.
26-22.
I mean, if anyone else is
I'd like to approve a resolution of 26-22, purchase of a CAD 930 wheel loader.
I second.
Anna, may we call a question?
Sure. Hirsch?
Yes.
Skripek Adrian?
Yes.
Egan?
Yes.
Allen?
Yes.
Kibbe?
Yes.
Goldstein? Yes. And Held is absent.
Thank you, Anna. With no further business this evening, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I make a motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.